All right, there we go. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Welcome to the den. I am your host, Ed Honcho. It is an honor, a privilege, and a pleasure when my ass actually does the den like I'm supposed to get to chop it up with you guys each and every night. And I thank y'all for being here, especially this being a Friday evening. So let's talk about it. Yeah, I was eating a salad. Good grief. Kenneth, your team is trash, man. Did you say something about going to playoffs or something that y'all was gonna do something in district? Your team is trash. Every time you hit up, it's like a fucking blowout. It's like a Texans playoff loss every time you fucking call in and every time you pull up, you know. Well, it's all right, Kenneth, man. You're still welcome here in the den. You're still welcome in soft sports. I still like you, even though your team is trash. You can't play every position. Because if you did, I'm sure it would be worse. But anyway, tonight we're going to talk about, are black women unwanted? Are they undesirable? And, I'm not going to go full Tommy Sotomayor on y'all. I know some of y'all, this nigga here, he finna start talking crazy like Tommy. That's not the case. Got some Fiesta sauce. No, I'm not going to do that. But I just want to talk about some things because some statistics that have come out, and I'm going to tell you my thoughts personally. And this actually stemmed from a conversation that I was having with my old lady a couple of days ago, about a week ago. And so we're going to get into that. And something else I want to talk about. I didn't want to make a whole thing about it, but something I really want to talk about. It's fucking disturbing me more than anything else. So we're going to get into that. But again, make sure you're following The Den Show on Facebook and like the Facebook page. Everything else, Ed Honcho HTX on Instagram, Ed Honcho HTX on Twitter. I don't use the Den Show Live Instagram or Twitter anymore. Because again, it was really redundant. You know what I'm saying? So kind of is what it is. So let's talk about it. Let's see what we have joined us this evening. Let's get to some good old conversation. Rashida, what's the motherfucking deal? Coltrane, what's the motherfucking deal? D, the Gamma, always good to see you. What's the motherfucking deal? Solis, what's the motherfucking deal? Let's see. Sweetberry, hello. What's the motherfucking deal, Sweetberry? Miss Bell, the bell has rung. What's the motherfucking deal? K Grace, it's always good to see Miss Grace. How are you this evening? What's the motherfucking deal? Shannon, here early. That's a first. What's the motherfucking deal, Shannon? You know I gotta give you a hard time. Let's see. That's crazy because as soon as I did go out, that fucking dog shut up. It wasn't Sky. It was another dog like outside the window. It sounded like he was fucking getting violated. It sounded terrible. It was like howling or something. I don't know what the fuck was going on. Man Cave Sports TV, what's the motherfucker? I definitely want to hear what you have to say this evening. Let's see. Toxic Femininity Sucks. What's the motherfucking deal? Kenneth. I'm gonna let you make it. You just took an ass whooping, so wow, they put the twos in the middle of the second quarter. Y'all, is that bad? That's terrible. Big Mexican in the building. What's up, Big M? Bad and Bougie. Oh man. Well, we can trade a magazine. Well, when the first issue dropped, let me get a copy. I want a signed copy. Bad and Bougie. Good to see you. What's the motherfucking deal? Ronald Isley. This should be very interesting. Hope you call in this evening. What's the motherfucking deal? Footballer 503. Wow, 3-0 shot himself by accident. No, I did not hear about that. Houston B. What's the motherfucking deal? And got a piece of lettuce in there. Let's get into winning, man. Let's talk about it. So, before we get into the topic at hand, this is kind of related to it. So a while back, I told y'all, I don't watch the slave movies anymore. I don't encourage that line of thinking because there's black people love trauma porn, love oppression porn. I don't have time for that. I want to see the successes. And actually, I came across something interesting to a guy that I did not know about, and we'll talk about that too. Someone Shannon should know, but she doesn't. So, the Harriet Tubman movie is coming out. pretty soon. I don't know when. Don't really care. I'm not really giving a shit. And this is why I say, man, y'all get mad at me because I talk about liberals more so than anything, and that's because that's who has their thumbprint on the media. That's who has their thumbprint on the social media, who put the message out. If you watch any form of entertainment, that's who you're interacting with. You can, for the most part, avoid really any kind of Republican or conservative interaction. So yes, now that's part of it. That's part one, right? Well, they went and got she was from Nigeria. I thought she was from England or something like that. And so yeah, she was going really hard on Black American women, and that's part of why I say what's going on. I probably should have put Black American women in there, but that's a whole different thing. And yes, I'm outside the TV today, so we're gonna be doing something a little bit different. I'm gonna start doing some things a little bit differently than then. I want to start putting more informative stuff on the television, and so I had to get my black ass out the TV so there would be more room. So anyway, apparently what has come out is that there is, I guess, the son of a slave master in this movie is going to be some pseudo love interest of Harriet Tubman. Right? I find that extremely interesting. I wonder where that is in the history books. I wonder where that is. I don't know if somebody can cite some sources of that for me. Very interesting thing. This must be some of that revisionist history that people love to talk about so much, right? Anyway, and then, again, and I tell y'all that the left, they don't want masculine black men. They don't. Now, guess who the bad guy is in the movie? And if this motherfucker don't have the fucking craziest West Coast porn production name ever, Cartier, what's the motherfucking deal? Bigger Long. Bigger Long is basically, I guess, how they used to use slaves, I guess, to go track down other slaves and stuff like that. That is his name, Bigger Long. And he's going to be the guy apparently chasing Harriet from state to state, trying to track her down. I mean, I couldn't make this shit up. I couldn't make this up if I wanted to, right? I used to always say if I was ever going to be in a, when I was young, I was going to be a porn star. My name was going to be Dick All Night, but like ALNITE. I always thought that would be creative. But my porn star career never panned out. But hey, I told you I'm gonna start me a fucking premium Snapchat, OnlyFans account. Bigger, it's just like the first way you spelled it. Bigger, long. Like nigger long. Bigger long. And again, I could not make this up if I wanted to, right? I still have to test the three-way. I'm gonna try to test it tomorrow on the three-way calls thing and see how that pans out. But Bigger Long is the guy's gonna be. So the black guy is the bad guy in the Harriet Tubman movie. Again, anything that has to do with black masculinity, liberal media is destroying it. They had the guy. I told y'all about that play, Slave Play, a while back. Prepaid. What's the motherfucking deal? I told y'all about that play, Slave Play, a while back. They had this guy on one of them talk shows, and if that dude ain't the most feminine, very low weight bearing wristed, I just I got to be careful with my wording. Like I say, it's just it is what it is. So my thing is this, man. That's why people get, you don't ever talk about the conservatives, because I mean, again, like I say, if you don't have to really deal with conservative if you don't want to. I think that it's better. I think more black people are really more, older generation were more conservative than that you would like to believe. I mean, I think most of those principles, especially, religion, family, and all these things were more conservative than liberal, but it is what it is. So, that's kind of why I lean, or I talk more about one side, because, again, all the media, all the social media, all those things are controlled by the left. Again, there's not conservatives making this fucking Beto drop. What? He wasn't going to make it anyway. Somebody gonna knock on people's door, he's gonna catch the AR. That'd be very unfortunate for him. But yes, big or long, chasing down Harriet Tubman. I am disgusted. I think the next thing I'm just done with it. I have, I have nothing else, man. Like, that's the craziest shit I've ever heard. Like, they just really couldn't get creative, and that should let you know this fictional character. You got a bunch of real woke motherfuckers sitting in a goddamn room trying to come up, with this script or figure out how they're going to improve this script. And bigger log is. I mean, I have nothing. I have nothing. Again, it's just, it is what it is. Y'all figure that one out. So yes, y'all know what they would really like to say. But again, those people, y'all swear those are the ones that are rooting for you. You know what they would really like to replace that B with something else. But hey, they're on your side, right? Anyway, so I tell y'all before we jump into this about the women that I like to find out about black success. I don't give a fuck about black oppression. If you want that, go find it. I'm not here for the oppression Olympics or any of those things. Montero, what's the motherfucking deal? Good to see you, Montero, man. It's been a minute. And Jason S. also. And Brian Brody Calhoun, I wish the Texans wouldn't have picked you back up. But there's that. So like I said, I'm not here for the oppression Olympics. I'm not here for all the nonsense, man. But like I said, I like to find what, not what some people call black excellence with all the dancing and twerking, but real black excellence. The guy I want y'all to look into, it's another black billionaire named David Stewart. Came up out of Jim Crow, Missouri. I think he was born initially in Chicago, moved to Missouri when he was younger, and came up. He was one of the first to segregate, I think, the pools out in Missouri and things like that. Now he's a billionaire. Okay, so all this, I'm oppressed. I can't do this, and we can't make this, and we can't have this, and we can't succeed because this. Change your mind state, change your mentality, because there's so many great stories out there. But that'll be the name for the day. I'm gonna start just dropping names every now and then, just for the people I think that people should look into that are very interesting. But David Stewart, David like David Stewart, like I guess stewardess, like Steward. A very interesting guy, very interesting story. Actually in tech, I do believe. Tech and telecommunications, I believe, is how he came up. Anyway, just in case he does something nice, then y'all want to cancel him. But let's talk about it. Black women. Are black women unwanted? Are black women undesirable? And I've seen this, and like I say, me and my old lady were having a conversation with about this, and then there's some things I saw. There's that fucking dog again. We were having a conversation about that. There's some things I saw online. Women say, "Oh, we're the most hated. We're the most, I forgot what's the word, disrespected, a bunch of other things." Okay. And so I was like, "No, let me look into this." And then a certain individual, the Den's favorite racist, posted a picture on the Den's favorite racist posted a picture that I found interesting, and we're going to be using some of that here. So somebody shut that fucking dog up. Yeah, it's not the Dave Chappelle show. I wish though. So want to bring this up here. All right, this is from a particular website, and so really don't care about all of the other stuff. And it's interesting because again, the numbers here are a little bit different. And again, a lot of this is sourced from I think 2014, 2015. I'm assuming this Facebook thing may be a little bit more recent. And now Facebook has started a dating site. And it's very interesting, the characters that they use to promote this. You got to pay attention to how people market stuff. Like I said, I don't care, but I just think it's odd, the messages that people put out. You have to pay attention to how people... Anyway, I'm not even going to get on it. So, because I find this funny, somebody says, it says, according to Facebook, are you interested? Asian women see much higher response rates from white, Latino, and black men. Y'all niggas out there... I'm not even going to get into it. Women in general see 3 times more interactions than men do, but Asian women particularly successful at catching a man's interest. So that's very interesting. So as far as, make sure this is even the same way on there. Okay. As far as women responding to men, they're responding to men much less than men are responding to women. And we already know what that is. I hate that damn. I've never heard this dog a day in my life, but I hate him. I don't know who he's from, where he's at. I wish Scotty really had some dog in him and say, but a cat, I'd sick him on him. No, I wouldn't do that. But so black women are responding to black men the most. Asian women are responding to white men. Latino and white women are also responding to white men the most. So, and I wish they would have put, I guess, well, I mean, it probably would have been a little bit more difficult to read to really see, you know, all the percentages of responses. But then it says that white, Latino, and black men are responding to Asian women. I find that particularly odd. And then Asian women or Asian men are responding to Latino women the most. I find these numbers very skewed. And I think the platform matters because I think each platform attracts a different type of person. But then I think online dating in itself is skewed because you have a particular type of individual who is online dating more so than dating in real world interaction. And I think that from my personal views, I think black men probably are more active in real world dating because niggas will shoot at a woman anytime, anywhere. You know, you be in a goddamn hospital, in your damn hospital bed, nigga walk by your room. What's up, baby? You know what I'm saying? Hollers. You niggas don't have no shame. So, again, I think that you have to take into account this is online dating, right? And this is kind of how it plays. And again, you got to think about who's doing this. I think black people may be more active, but I think there's still a stigma with online dating a little bit, not as much as it used to be, but I think it's getting, you know, more and more common every day. But I think you got to think about places where people go. I think class is very important too. You know, I wish that they had those demographics there. So again, like I said, this article here, I really don't care about what's written. I just care more about the statistics. But it says, additionally, Asian, Latino, white women all respond more frequently to white men. Maybe these guys are really smooth talker. Maybe patriarchal values have influenced women's dating preferences. I don't know. Not the patriarchy. Not in dating. It says, for now, white men seem to have an advantage over black, Latino, and Asian men. Says black men and women have the lowest response rates. And again, like I said, I would like to see the class. I'd like to see, I guess, I don't want to say the pay scale because you can lie about things on like that. But if there was a way to really break this down further, I would like to know more so. It says 2.4 million heterosexual interactions. Determine if online daters had racial biases. I don't think that's a thing. I think it's preferences, and I have no problem with that. So it shows women to men, Asian women. That's interesting. 3.3% to black men, but that's still higher than Latino and white men. So interesting. So then you have, as far as men to women, the lowest rate for each one is black women. They get the lowest response. So again, like I said, I wonder what type of woman you're getting on there. What type of woman is putting herself on there. I think the selection matters. That's why I say I think that online dating numbers are skewed. You know what I'm saying? Professor Triller, wait, Professor Triller? Actually, I got to look on this side because I got the other thing up. But, the type of people that are going to be online, I think you're going to get a different response. Say black women responded most positively towards black men. All of the races responded the least to this demographic. OkCupid had a similar assessment, and that was on a different site. Well, I think those stats are on here too. Black women replied the most, yet get by far the fewest replies. It says essentially every other race, including black, singles them out for the cold shoulder. Most men prefer Asian women except Asian men. I did not know this was a thing. I don't know. Maybe, like I said, I'm different. Just not my bag. I don't know. But this is not about me. So these are the scores from the OkCupid, and I'm actually going to pull these up on a different screenshot. And my big head may be in the way. Let me lean to my left, to your right. Because there's some interesting stuff here. Most women prefer white men except black women. 10% of people would date someone with a vocal racial bias. I find that interesting. I guess how much of that would be to a different race, or I wonder if it's to the same race. I don't really give a shit. 35% of people strongly prefer to date within their race. I find that very interesting. It says 85% of non-whites said they prefer to date outside their race versus 65% of white people who said the same. Less than 4% of people think interracial marriage is a bad idea. I think that's a lie. I think people will say certain stuff. I think more than 4% of people are against interracial marriage. Really do. So there's some other questions. Let me say only 1% of you just skipped this question. I don't know. I don't care about all that. Let me pull up the other thing. Right. This is what I really want to look at. This is the OkCupid statistical dilly dally. Pull this up. So this was 2009, right? And so I'm wondering how the negative percentages, and again, I'm not sure how they, I guess, swipe left, swipe right, yes, no, whatever it is. But in each of these categories, you see, black women got the lowest rating. Except they were tied with black women, and white women both got. I think black men are trying to go real exotic or something because they gave black women and white women in 2009 the same rating. And again, you think about the quality of who's on these sites and where. But black women don't feel too bad because black men also had pretty much the lowest rating aside from other black women. Well, no, I'm sorry, we did better than the Asian men. Oh, yay for us. So again, that's 2009. Let's skip ahead to 2014. And I wish they had newer stats. But again, you see that in all of the categories, that black women have got the lowest rating. Over here, women rating men, black men have a terrible, I don't know how black men are chasing Asian women, but it's terrible. Like I said, we're doing fairly bad ourselves, so don't feel too bad. It's not about, let me see if the numbers went up or down. Actually, I guess from 2009 to 2014, it improved for different people. And again, these are not the same people that you're asking every year, so I think that you have to account for that. But anyway, just putting that out there. Let's get to the nitty gritty, right? Excuse me. And my thing is this. Is it that people just don't want to date black women? Yes and no. What? Napping Nicole in the house. She finally showed up. But who? Never seen you. Never saw you, Heidi, post anything like that. But again, this is OkCupid. I don't even really know. I've heard of it, but I don't know how popular it is. I would like to see something maybe from, I don't know, do they let black people on eHarmony? Match.com? Damn, where the hell you at, Professor Trill, in the mid-20s? Shit, no, Colorado. Shit, no. Well, here it is. I mean, but these are the numbers, and this is what it is. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you what it is. And it's not your fault. And y'all got to realize this when we talk about these things, because the ladies have a propensity to take these things personal. It's not you specifically that they're talking about, but it is a culture that you may be affiliated with or associated with. And I think you have a couple of things going on. And do I blame black women for them? Most of you know. But a lot of you, yes, I can't lump everybody in the same thing. And it's the same way that, the way black men are viewed, same thing. But again, I can bring it all the way back to, liberal things, and we can go political with it, but I'm not going to do that the whole show. We're going to open up the line here shortly. But it's the way that you're represented. It's the way that you're marketed. Just like any product is marketed, with taglines and everything else, and you have a certain belief in things. To other cultures who are not all with it, and we can say, well, we're the most emulated culture, this, that, and the third. Well, not everybody is with it. And I don't think a lot of Asians, I think there's probably a lot of young Asians who listen to rap music, but they don't really want to be involved in that life. They like Wu-Tang Clan, because Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. But it's the way that you're marketed. It's the way that you're represented. When you see a lot of the craziness that goes on, and you see a lot of the shit that gets promoted on YouTube, and instead of really getting to know somebody, think about the character on every TV show. If it's a primarily white show or if it is a black show, how are you represented? Okay? And when you support shows like this, you continue to push that stereotype and you continue to represent stuff like that. That's why I say I don't watch a lot of this shit, because I don't relate to a lot of this shit. When you give these shows ratings, when you support them, when you talk about them, when you do these things, you continue to push these narratives. You continue to hentai samurai. What's the motherfucking deal? You continue to push these narratives. You continue to push these ideas that this is what black people are. This is how they act. This is what it is, because this is how the shows put you out there, right? You know, and so that's why I say Tammy Dixon. What's the motherfucking deal? Nick Morgan. That's a very good point. That's a very good point. Very good point. And so my thing is this. You feel me? Black women want black men. Black men don't give a fuck. That's about right. I told you, you're asking too much for ice water. Water, maybe. Ice water? Now you're getting greedy. So, again, but think about it. Think about how you're represented. But when you watch these shows, Housewives of whoever, Basketball Wives, this, and the way it's pushed, every woman wants a baller, wants a this, that, and the third. But then when you even put these women who are supposed to be in high class endeavors in society, business women, whatever, they're still represented like ghetto trash, right? They're still represented like they're ghetto as shit, because they go and they get the ones who are willing to act like clowns. And then y'all continue, oh, girl, you saw her do this, oh, she a fool. And y'all support this stuff, not realizing that this stuff becomes a representation of who you are. Even though you're not that person. But people who've never interacted with black people, people who vaguely interact with black people, they think this is you. They think this is all of them. They think, you don't know me. They motherfuckers probably think I'm running around here acting like Migos or something. Whoever, any other nigga they've seen with dreads. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing. The people who look like you will represent you, just in the same sense that you have a lot of people that say, oh, white people, all this, that, and the third. It's not specific white people around you that are winning. It may be some old historical white people that had this advantage or whatever you want to call it. But you still have people who place the blame on all of them. And so when you have these perceptions and these generalizations of people, and you're in that demographic, it's going to fall upon you also. So my thing personally that I feel like should be done is stop supporting these people who make you look like trash. Stop supporting these ideas that make you look like trash. Think about even when it comes to black female rappers. How many conscious black female rappers are there out there? Back in the day, when you had Latifah, you had Hill, you had a couple of them. And then, of course, you had your Foxes and you had your little Kims. But it was almost a little bit more comparable. You had women who were talking about something. And, now I couldn't tell you anything about a conscious black female rapper. They're all parading around like prostitutes. They're all shaking their ass. Y'all swore one of them dick fell out on stage, so that's another thing. But, again, yeah, and Cardi B hates y'all. Y'all promote Cardi B. This is what I'm saying. It's like this mentality. And so when people see that, they apply that same belief, and then they put it on you. But you can name conscious black rappers. I can't name any female ones. And this depends on your level of conscience, even throughout, the time. I would say, you just don't see it. You don't have male rappers basically getting out there acting like male strippers to make music. And even if you look on the underground, because a lot of stuff ain't mainstream, you'll find more conscious male rappers. I still can't find conscious female rappers. Like, where do they make music? Do they keep it to themselves? And again, this is not to talk down. But this is what I'm saying is that the reason that this belief is happening is because of the things that we support as a whole. You know what I'm saying? Lauren has lost her mind. She don't even perform her song. I saw Lauren, was it last year, before that, whatever, when she came in concert with Nas. She don't even like doing her songs the same. I was mad. I was highly upset about that fucking Lauren. She's like, yeah, I want to change it up. You want to change it up, make some new damn music. Don't just change the beats to your old and do your old songs. Like, stop the nonsense, Kelly Cole, what's the motherfucking deal? But like I said, Lauryn Hill and I wouldn't say Missy was conscious, but Missy wasn't like hoeing herself out. You know what I'm saying? Even the Brat, she did that bikini video, and I was like, damn. But the Brat was, you thought she was a little nigga. She was hiding some shit. You know what I'm saying? But again, you had women who they may have been more aggressive, but they could actually rap, and they wasn't rapping about sucking and fucking and prostituting. You know what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is this is you say ooh, Rhapsody, Tierra Whack. Okay, but I've never even heard of them, so I guess that's on me for not being familiar with it. But you know, but that's the thing. But that's the thing is too is like when you support that. Oh yes, and I know y'all. Well, that ain't me. That I'm not doing that, or I'm not. The music ain't making me do this. The music ain't making me do that. No, not you. But it impacts the kids. It impacts the youth. That's what they look up to as idols oh, that's what to be like. Especially in this generation, when the internet is everything, when the phone is the first thing you get, these devices, the first thing you get, the shit that they see getting flashed at them, and even in these neighborhoods. Come on, let's be honest. And I'm not saying everybody in the ghetto. I'm not saying everybody in the hood, but think about women, and I want y'all to be real honest. If you're in a corporate environment, you can think about clubbing or whatever. Also, corporate environments used to be professional. Now women have they've brought a level of I won't say that they're trying to be strippers or that, but the corporate attire for women is much more sexy or revealing than it used to be. You know, yes, colorism is real. Trina, oh yeah, I don't even talk about Trina, but that's what I'm saying is when we continue to support and promote these ideas, when people are not familiar with you, because we can't just expect everybody to know what's going on in the black community, everybody to know what's happening with this, and everybody to talk to every single person. The people who get pushed to the forefront are the representations of you. And for the most part, the black women who get pushed to the forefront are not good representations. And that's the problem. And I don't know what to tell you to do to change it. Other than try to find more quality. We got to start, we'll be quick to cancel somebody because they say some shit we don't like, but you're not quick to cancel somebody who is a bad misrepresentation of you. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is, and I'm not saying that they're dressing like hookers, but I mean, clothing is more revealing. Talk about, I was looking at this thing. My old lady went to a seminar, and it was a black businesswoman type thing, that she was holding it, and she showed me some of the pictures from there. She took me some. I would have swore they was going out to the club. Like no bullshit. I'm not being funny. Like I was like, that shit is not appropriate in my opinion for business, unless you just strictly doing business with other women. And still, to me, that's questionable. Like this titty was hanging all out, had like this real revealing kind of top part. I don't know what you call the dresses and shit, but it was just like. I don't know. Like, if you were to be wearing that to do business with a man in some capacity, your motives could be questioned. You know what I'm saying? And again, women know what they wear when they go out, so it's not like, I'm trying to be funny or anything, but it's true. So all I'm saying is, and I have no problem. Hey, if you dress professional, whatever. I'm not even saying that's the worst thing, but there's a change. There's a change in culture. There's a change in what classy is viewed as. Okay? There's a change in what used to be considered appropriate and what is acceptable now. So those are my thoughts. But I've been talking for a long time. I know y'all probably like, Honcho, shut the fuck up. You want to call in and argue with your ass. I want to call in and tell you why you're wrong. And I want to call in and tell you why you full of bullshit, and I'm waiting for it. I want it. This is why we had this topic. I was going to do this yesterday, but I got a little caught up in taking care of some things yesterday. So give me just a moment. We will get I agree. But that's what I'm saying. But who do these kids look up to? These kids, especially when you hand these kids. I saw a video Brian, I think, posted in the Facebook group, man. And this is what I'm saying. This is the shit, and this is why I don't know. Sometimes Who sung that? Was that Stained? Who sung that I Stand Alone? What rock group did that? I forgot. But sometimes I just kind of be in my own little zone, man, because I don't necessarily fit in any particular group. I be trying to find a group to fit in with. I don't fit in no group. I can take little admirations of certain things from certain, aspects of stuff, but I don't know. I'm thrown off a little bit. But anyway, like I'm not with that whole calling every woman in the world, oh, queen. This is something too. This is something that black women are doing. This is something that black women are doing. Y'all need to fucking stop this shit, right? Calling every woman queen just because she's black and she exists. Motherfuckers are calling these strippers and these. I told you I used to do affiliate marketing, and I haven't been on it as much of it, but I would do affiliate marketing. And I did it for some adult sites, and so I would kind of study how people were doing certain things. And you see some of these hoes got Twitter sold up. Like the hoes got Twitter sold up. But you'll see motherfuckers and they'll be promoting each other and calling each other queen and all this other stuff. It's like this bitch is sucking dick on the internet. She's not a fucking queen. You know what I'm saying? This bitch is twerking, assed out. She's not a fucking queen. I saw something that was super funny, man, that somebody was talking about. Can't wait till, these kids in a couple of years, be on the internet and find their mama's premium Snapchats and, have to go to therapy for that shit. Because, like I say, a lot of people are not thinking long term. I'm not saying every woman is out there doing that, but all this twerking and all this other shit is nonsense. But a video that he posted in the Facebook group, 2 little babies in their fucking diapers, man. And there's 2 chicks on the other side of the car twerking at the fucking gas station. You can't stop shaking your ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't stop shaking your ass for 5 minutes to pump the gas. Like, the little kid's ready to go. These motherfuckers look about 1 and 2. They over there at the gas pump trying to get the premium. These 2 bitches, hands on the car, fucking twerking. And there's somebody taking a video from a while back, like, girl, go get the fucking kids. You know what I'm saying? Like, the kids are trying to take the fucking the pump, man, and trying to fucking gas up the car. They can't even reach the motherfucker. Like, y'all so busy twerking, y'all don't see the kids and got out the car and fucking wilding out because y'all are fucking being desperate for attention. And I'm not saying this is all of you. I'm saying these are the ones you have to start distancing yourself. You can't cannot fucking accept this shit. And this is why I say I'm a firm believer in we have to separate ourselves from some of ourselves. You know what I'm saying? And it may sound fucked up. And I'm not saying that I'm better than anybody, but as long as you associate with particular groups, as long as you encourage, support, and prop up certain groups, especially certain people want that message pushed out about you, you will continue to be represented a certain way. And it's not just black women, it's black men. And like Solis said, it could be Latino women. Everybody's represented a certain way. All the Mexicans are drug dealers. That's how y'all all cartel. That's what they look. That's how they promote you, whatever it may be. But my thing is, you have to support better. Even if it's not the most, even if it's not the best thing out there for you, it's not the thing that just, you have to support better. Otherwise, you're going to continue to be misrepresented by these people that they put to the forefront. Let me open up the dilly dally while I'm talking all this shit. Because again, this is something that bothers me. Some of y'all say I'm bashing and all this other stuff. It's just time for, look, when we doing a shit ton of damage to ourselves, we worried about the wrong shit. That's why you fall behind. That's why, motherfuckers. I saw a video the other day, little kid barely can talk, but he rapping all these little verses. Can this, I don't want this, what is this? Okay. Can this little nigga read? Like, you doing all this shit, you rapping all this other bullshit, talking about I'm getting the bag and all this shit. This nigga got $2 in his hand, This nigga some Dr. Seuss books. We letting this little, quit letting, shout out to fucking Beyond the Funny nigga, man. If y'all ain't seen his stand up or the comedy special on his Instagram, go watch that. I highly recommend it. Look, man, quit dressing these niggas up as the baby. He is the baby. It's just, we got to stop supporting this fucking nonsense if you want to be committed. But then again, some of us are too far gone, right? Some of us are too far gone. Fuck that candy corn. And so all I'm saying is, man, that's not what I want to do. Click the wrong shit. Disassociate yourself from the nonsense. Let me get my dilly dally. Let me get this call lined up. Oh, man. All right. All right. White persuasion is hilarious. Man, look, but here's the deal. I fucking reset my shit and it's fucking making that noise. I hate it. I forgot I fucking cleared out my browser. It makes all that fucking noise again. I gotta remember to fix that. What's the motherfucking deal, man? We got calling into the den this evening.
You know it's Belle.
Miss Bell, what is on your mind this evening, Miss Bell?
Wow, holy shit. Class is definitely in session because this is right down my alley. I tell you, I honestly believe that dating sites are today's virtual bars. And whatever crawls in may crawl out with something else, and it may crawl out on its own. I don't have a lot of, I should say, I'm finding new experiences on this end of it compared to when I was young. I don't find the African-American Asian persuasion fusion as unusual as you do, because I go back and I remember when I'm not quite old enough for the Vietnam War, but there was a lot of men coming back from the Vietnam War and either had fallen in love with somebody from those countries, or it was a hookup with kids involved kind of thing. So because it was a military thing, there was an influx of it through African-American men and Asian women. So it doesn't surprise me that it's a choice. I think that, in all honesty, and this is probably really callous, and I don't give a fuck, is that people's tastes and preferences is kind of like fashion in essence. We as individuals don't change from what we attract, but people attract different things in different generations. Does that make sense?
Yes, I get you.
Okay. So some generations it was black and white. Some generations it was Asian and Mexicans. Some generations it's just all mixed up. But different time periods tend to be quote-unquote more popular than others. And a lot of that, just my guess here, and I could be far off the chain, and I've been known to be, has a lot to do with the political culture, as much as fashion culture, as much as what our music is going on. Whatever is going on in our country tends to push its own agenda on the underbelly. It's not really like right out there. And of course, people are always going to have their own personal preferences, which takes place. I think the difference between the have and the have-nots on the dating site are the thin women and the thick women, rather than it being racially based.
And why do you think that?
Because I think that there's a certain point, and even you've said it, it's like, yeah, if they're beyond 350, they're not going to be ever in my category. And maybe if they're 120, might overlook it, but I can work with it because we can put weight on them. I've seen that happen too. And I've also seen it as in, yeah, good personality, but there's no way. And so it's all individual. But I think that it's more about weight issues than it's actually about racial issues. Because if you're attracted to somebody, you're not going to care what race they are. The only thing that may come into play is religion, because that's probably one of the bigger ones that shuts shit down. If you don't want to either convert to whatever they are, or some of their religious practice is not something that you believe in, that shuts a relationship down quicker than a lot of other things does.
Okay. So are you saying that all black women are fat?
No, I'm not. I am far. That's actually the last thing that I'm saying. And I'm not saying all Asian women are skinny either. I think that there's a balance of all of it, I'm saying that if you really want to put it down, there's a lot of times it does become like a fashion show. You know, you have the pretty people and you have the plain people. It's not, I don't always see it as race-based with cross of white and black and all that kind of stuff. I see it more as in women who are more attractive. It doesn't really matter what their race are. They're going to get more hits on the dial, whether they're white, black, Asian, or Hispanic. The ones that are a little bit more plainer, or they're either flat-chested or have no ass, they tend to go to the extremes, and then they're kind of like the ones that are last picked for basketball game. And I guess that's the only way to put it. You know, you get the pretty girls that are the cheerleaders that get picked first for everything, and then you've got whatever is left over on the bench. Now, it doesn't make anybody bad or good. It's just what people are attracted to.
Okay.
And it's just plain and simple as that.
I can see that in a way because I know society has definitely changed, you know, because it used to be the skinny, anorexic model type was the thing that was in. Now, I don't know how much the rap music is played into it, but now it's thick chicks with the big asses and voluptuous, if you will. So I can see your angle on that.
And let me tell you something. I am so jealous of some of them black women having big butts because I got one and I don't have one and I won't lie about it. And so it's like, hey, you know, I deal with what God gave me, you know? So it's not something that I can offer somebody, but it's something somebody else can. And it's guys like that, like you said, they'll hit on you in a hospital gown if they want you that bad.
Absolutely. Okay.
And I never understood that about men. I bartended for 5 years, and I was completely oblivious to all that shit. And then my husband and I were dating, and he would point things out, and I went, oh, wow, really? That's how that works, huh? So I just never saw a lot of those different things. And he would talk about how sometimes even a man saying hi to you meant that they still wanted to get in your pants, even if they didn't want a relationship with you. They just would want to sleep with you.
Absolutely.
I was dumbfounded by that shit. But, again, I work on the intellect. I don't end up... Anyway, that's beside the point, not really about me. But in general, I don't see it as a racial issue as much as kind of a popularity contest. And about what type of girl, not color, skin color of a woman, but what type. Like you're saying, you know, right now, big butt and big boobs is in. 2 years down the road, it's going to be flat-chested and no ass. So it just depends on who's the in girl type, not so much color or race. And that's just sort of where I'm going. And you did a bunch of other things. So what was something else that you needed to ask me? Because I know there were a couple of things you went over tonight.
I talked about the Harriet Tubman movie and some of my personal issues with that.
I can actually understand that. I like watching the movies as far as historically because of what I do as a genealogist, not for the sadness, but for the fact of how accurate they're portraying it. I look at it a little bit differently as more mechanical than a lot of other people would. But I think the facts should come out straight, and we do need to know what happened. It's just sad that it's still sad that it happened, but the facts still need to be there so that we don't repeat it. You know, we never need to go back to something so horrible and to treat people so cruelly. Sorry, let's move on. I can't do that tonight. Well, no, it's just been 6 months since I lost my husband, and I was going through some genealogy, and I realized my husband was only 3 generations from slavery. His father's mother was born in slavery.
What area of the country were they in?
Originally, they were, well, my husband's from Alabama, Heart of Mobile, but the grandparents were from like upper Alabama, and originally they came in through Virginia. We still haven't completely traced it back yet, but we think that they were they got their last name from a farm in Virginia.
Okay.
But yeah, and even in the early 1900s, when my in-laws were getting married, my father-in-law was from the wrong side of the tracks because he was a farmer, and my mother-in-law worked as a housekeeper. She did house cleaning. So because she made more money than her husband, he came from the wrong side of the tracks, even in 1900. Yeah.
Well,
so there's a lot of history and stuff that my kids and the family deals with on a regular basis about that.
That's a very interesting angle too, because I wonder how much of those statistics were, when you put in mixed race and things like that. I wonder if they have a statistic for that, if they maybe lump them in one particular category. So I think that's pretty interesting.
Well, the thing that's pretty fucked up is my side is completely white on white. My mom's side is English and Swedish, and my dad was Italian. So, I mean, you want to talk about my kids being split right down the middle. And that's the thing, is that both my kids had a hard time going through school. I didn't think that I didn't think them being mixed they would, because there's a hell of a lot more now than there even was when I was growing up. But there's still issues even among diverse culture, even among, like, their school was 50% black and white. And even among that, 25% of that was mixed. And it was still a hard time when they're mixed. Because either the dad's too dark, or the mom's too light, or the mom's white or the mom's black and the dad's too white. So kids are going to be cruel on no matter what angle you look at it.
Oh yeah, you always find a way. I don't know if you want to argue with nobody who daddy too black, though. He might cause some problems.
I'm sorry. Wait, whoa. Repeat that.
I said I don't think you want to cause no trouble with the kids whose daddy's too black, though. He might cause some issues.
Shit, my husband was so dark that we used to have to lighten his side up to take pictures and kind of tone mine down because I was so white. He was what they call blue-black. He was that dark in the summertime.
Purple.
Pretty much. And it was pretty amazing, but and my kids, they're beautiful. I'm jealous. I mean, I'm prejudiced because I love my kids, but they've got cocoa butter skin that they never have to worry about a tan with. Anyway, enough about me. Coming from this particular union, though, is that I have always been open to race, so that wasn't an issue of whether or not in dating. But for some people, they will only date within their own race, or they will only date outside one race type, whether it's white and Mexican or white and Latina or Asian or whatever. Or some people don't have any problem with all the different cultures. But what it is people are going to be drawn to what they're drawn to and to what they like, whether it's a tall person or a short person or a heavy person or a athletic person. It's what we're attracted to is what gets the ball rolling. What keeps us is the things that we can relate to. And the more things we can relate to that other person, the longer we're going to stay connected to them. And different cultures have different time periods of struggles. And if you're in that generation that you can understand a struggle from another culture, you're going to be more relatable to that. It's going to attract you to that other culture a little bit more than another one. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I've probably gone on a lot about this because it's something I actually knew about way before I met my husband. But as far as dating goes, I think honestly for guys, and I mean this no disrespect, because there's always going to be a guy that says, I have limits. But most of the time, if they can get laid, they're going to get laid.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's no questions about that.
What did I hear him used to say? Something about no shame in their game. I mean, and when you hear that comment, you just get a little like, okay, what the hell? But as a widow, I find this is going to be interesting going on the dating scene at some point in the next couple of years. Because that puts you in a different bracket than being divorced or never married over the age of 50.
Yeah, that is.
But I know most of our audience is between 20s and 30s.
So,
And
yeah, that's a whole different experience, because I don't know. I mean, that's getting back on the scene later in life, and then I think people have a different mentality. I think it's going to be an interesting endeavor whenever you do dive in.
I will tell you this. I had a conversation not long ago, and then I will make this the last thing to wrap it up. And I said to one of my best friends, I said, the thing about this is getting older is gene pool is getting far smaller, and the brain cells have not got much more intelligent. Because this is the starting off point for most people going into Alzheimer's and dementia.
That's true.
So this is the height of people having intellect. And then you've got the ones at our age that want them half their age.
Heidi Kleindienst donated $2 through Super Chat. Somebody donate. Love you, Honcho Bay.
I've seen that happen with people. Men at 50 and 55 want to start their families with 20 and 30-year-olds, and they end up becoming single dads.
Yeah.
I will tell you this: I'm not raising anybody else's kids. I'm done, and I don't have a problem being selfish about it. I did it for 9 years on my own, even though I was married, and we stayed in the committed relationship because of my husband's health. There is no friggin' way I'm raising somebody else's kids.
Okay. And appreciate the love, Heidi and Phoenix.
But I've definitely gone over. I'm surprised Heidi hasn't said anything about me being over my 10 minutes. But
if she hasn't, she will.
Rising Phoenix donated $1 through Super Chat. Donate. Never heard of her.
I'll tell you, dating is not for the faint of heart on any age that you're at. Whether you're 20 and just starting out and trying to figure it out, or if you're at 50 or 60 or 70 and starting over. It's not that the game has changed. It's that at this age, the tolerance has changed for the bullshit that we wouldn't have put up at 20 and 30. But you don't have as many choices at this age as you did back then either. So this is just a little wisdom from Belle. And hopefully y'all get something out of it. And if you don't, that's okay too. Not everything is meant for everybody.
Correct.
All right, you got anything else?
No, I think that's all I got.
All right. This is a good... Oh, don't forget, tomorrow night the clocks get changed. Fall is back.
Oh, yes.
So we got to change clocks back an hour tomorrow night.
Okay. I was thinking, depending on, I don't know if we're going to go that late in the day, but we'll see. We'll see. We may have a little extension tomorrow, so still be...
Coulter Anubis donated $2.
We do it every night.
MAGA
here,
like a mofo.
We start at 11 here. East Coasters are already the night owls.
Oh yeah, definitely. I definitely feel bad for the folks on the East Coast, but I still love y'all.
Hey, it's all right. We step up to the plate. We do what we got to do.
Well, I appreciate it.
All right. Well, let's get this Friday night rolling, and I'm back to the board.
All right, Miss Bell. The bell has rung. Class is in session. And I appreciate you calling and getting this party started. And I got your pistachios.
Don't forget my pistachios.
I just put them in your account right now. There you go.
There you go. Night.
All right, Miss Bell. Appreciate the call. See, here is the deal. First, let me cut that off. There we go. Wow. I want to get that done. Let me put this up. Let me see. Hold on one second. Let me see. I'm trying to get this done.
Hi there.
Damn it. Let me see. Snap. What happened? So someone asked me to call. Wow. They said y'all. Are you? Make sure y'all calling the right number too. Make sure, cause
Mr. Honcho.
Mr. Man Up. How you doing this evening, Mr. Man Up? What's on your mind?
Good. Man, I'm glad you called. Now, what I want to say kind of just goes off the topic of the video, the name of the video, I should say. And you named it, let me make sure I get this right, Are Black Women Really That Undesirable?
Mm-hmm.
So let me say this here real quick. I'm not going to go too much into detail, but I'm going to say this here. I do not think Black women are undesirable at all. Sometimes we as people, not just Black women, but we as people make ourselves undesirable, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Because we know exactly what we're doing, how we can look in someone else's eyes. So just go and put that right there. Now, let me say this here, because this is what I want to talk about, and it's kind of off topic a little bit, but going by the name of tonight's show. I want to say this here, get this off my chest. All right. Now, my wife just went into surgery today, had abdominal surgery today. And I'm watching her try to recover. She's upstairs in the room asleep right now, so she's getting her rest. And I didn't want to make too much noise or nothing. But I'm watching her recover, and I'm just sitting there thinking, I know if that was me, I'd be a big ass baby right now. But my wife was handling it like a champ. And I'm sitting there just looking at it. I'm like, this woman is just a strong woman to handle this the way she's handling it. So much pain, but they ain't really been acting like it ain't even showing it. And I just know my wife after being with us so long. I know, things about her, put it like that. And just sitting there watching and just paying attention to everything, just got me to looking, because I was thinking about this and stuff too while I was in the hospital earlier today. And I was just thinking, I said, a lot of us sit here and think that black women do have this negative stereotype on them. Now, if you think about it, a lot of times, like I just said before, we all, not just black women, but we all put this negative stereotype on ourselves. For example, black men, you getting tatted up and you got the gold chains on with all the grills and stuff like that. You walking around acting like you're a gangster carrying guns. That's going to put a negative stereotype on you. You know what I'm saying? Even people that don't even do those things. You know what I'm saying? The hard-working, honest businessman. And you put it at a good point, a good quote, I should say, what you said earlier. Even some people that might not know the black culture is going to, look at that and be like, damn, that's what they do.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? But my whole point of saying all this is that a lot of times it just takes for someone to get to know you.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying by this. It takes someone to get to know you. Now, with that being said, though, your appearance can make someone not want to get to know you. You see what I'm saying? And that can make you undesirable. You see?
Yes.
So it's not always the diary of a mad black woman. It's not always the black women are so violent they always want to fight. They always want to do this. No. Like I just said, sometimes your appearance can make you undesirable.
Yes.
Sometimes somebody can look at you and just walk off. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm saying all that to say this here. When I was sitting in the hospital, I was sitting there thinking about all this stuff. And when I saw your topic come up, I was like, damn, this is the perfect topic. But I was thinking this before you showed all those charts, though.
Yeah.
So I know you kind of went a different way with it, but just going by, like I said, I was going by the name of the show. But like I said, sitting in the hospital and I was sitting there thinking about these things. And as y'all saying, and I'm also too just watching my little girl just do some amazing things. And she's only 9 years old. Take care of herself. She wants to do this and more. But I know me as a parent and as a father, I'm like trying to be cautious with it because she still is a kid. So, like I said, just watching these two women, females in my house, I should say, because my little girl's not a woman yet. But watching these two females in my house and how they deal with things, it's different than growing up and watching my sisters because they annoyed that crap out of me. I wanted to beat the hell out of them all the time. Watching like my wife and my daughter, just sitting back and just looking, it just made me look at things a lot different in this kind of situation that that I'm going through right now. Well, I'm not going through what my wife is, but I'm by her side, I should say. So I guess you could say I'm going through it as well. But so just looking at this here, and I'm thinking to myself, and I was telling my wife, and she was, all the anesthesia and all the stuff was wearing off of her. I was telling her, I say, I'm not gonna lie, babe. I was scared to motherfuckers today. I was scared like crap. And she looked me right in my eyes. She said, I know you're scared. I can see it in your face. And I was like, it's just one of those things where you get to know people. You see what I'm saying? Their facial expression, their tone of voice change. They mean well and this and that. They might tell dumb jokes that
Heidi Kleindienst donated $2 through Super Chat. Wife up telethon.
Make them desirable. But of course, you're gonna make those assumptions about somebody before you get to know them. See what I'm saying? So that's gonna make you undesirable. Yes. And you said it best as well too. How are you gonna be at a gas station, a woman shaking her ass with her kids and stuff like that, and they try to go eat or whatever? That stuff like that makes you kind of, what I'm saying? That now stuff like that will make me just curse you the hell out. You see what I'm saying? Like I'll never forget this one time. It was a couple of years ago. Now I'm kind of getting off topic of what I want to say, but I'm going to say this here, and I'm not going to hold on too long because I get back upstairs with my wife. I just wanted to come downstairs and not make too much noise. But seen a video on Facebook like 3-4 years ago, whatever, I don't know exactly. And this woman was trying to put herself out there as the answer to all men, I guess you could say. Mm-hmm. And she had her 2 kids in the car with her with some dude. And she was in the back seat giving this dude head while her 2 kids were sitting there watching. See, shit like that will make you undesirable because now 2 things is wrong with that. Well, actually 3, I'm going to say. 1, you're out in public. 2, you're in front of your kids. And 3, you can't put yourself to a forefront without being so over sexually active. That's ridiculous. You see what I'm saying? That's going to make every guy look at you and only want one thing from you.
Yes, absolutely.
That's not going to make you a desirable person. Now, of course, the way you act, the way you talk, your appearance and all that, it's going to make someone want you. And like I said before, plenty of times before, I've told the story plenty of times. What made me want my wife is not the fact of how she was talking and acting. No. It was a confidence that made me want her. That was what made her desirable to me. And that's what will make any woman desirable to any man, whether you believe it or not. A man will look at your confidence before he look at your ass or your titties. When you put your ass and your titties out there at the forefront, you basically lost that battle.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's all he's going to want. That's all he's going to want. Now, you're going to have to fight to make him believe that you're a respectable human being. And that's almost a losing battle. See what I'm saying? And trust me, ladies, if you put yourself out there like that, you almost lost that battle.
Yeah. And
now, you might as well start over.
I agree. And the thing is, though, and I know some folks when you get mad and the women be able to wear what they want. Yes, you can absolutely wear whatever you choose. but you're going to get a response, and you're going to get a reaction, and you're going to attract a certain kind of dude. And you see a lot of chicks who say, "Oh, there's nothing but bum ass niggas. It's the same old type of nigga. All they want to do is this." But then you look at the attire and how they promote themselves, how they put themselves out on, different platforms, from whatever it may be. It could be the gram, it could be Facebook, it could be any of these things, and you wonder why you attract. Well, most of your pictures, you either turn to the side trying to show all the ass you got, or you got a low cut shirt exposing all your cleavage. You're sending sex signals. Period. That's it. And then you get mad when motherfuckers come at you only for sex. I mean, you have to think about what you're doing and the way you're putting yourself out there. Men are not going to respond to women the way women respond to men. It's a different level of energy. But if you put it out there and you make yourself look easier, you make yourself look accessible. If you're making your goods look accessible, or you're showing them off as accessible, then that's what a man gonna try to do. He's gonna try to access them. So but you can't get mad about that. And then if he gets what he wants and realizes there's not much else to it, and unfortunately, there's a lot of women like that. There's not much else to the program, and so then this ain't well, I got what I wanted. I know that there's no elevation, there's no improvement. This is all we got going. Then that's it.
Yeah, and one thing my mom told me growing up, because what you just said right there, all men wants this, all men wants that. Well, my mom once told me growing up, well, not just me, but almost all my siblings as well too. What is the common denominator? You. In all of those situations, you are the common denominator. It's not saying that it's not always saying you're doing something wrong. It's just saying that you might be saying something wrong. You might be acting a certain way. You might be looking a certain way. Whatever the case is, it's just that you might need to change or tweak. It's not just it's wrong all the time. But like you just said though, if it's not for sale, if you don't want nobody sampling it, don't put it for sale. That's just how this thing works. But anyway, man, I'm not going to ramble on too much longer, man. I need to get back up here with my wife. I just want to call. I want to talk to you a little bit. Let everybody know that, hey, you can be undesirable, but just where you look, walk down the street, ain't said nothing to nobody.
Lady Tia's T-shirts and designs donated $5 through Super Chat.
And how you carry yourself.
You attract a reflection of you.
Anyway, man, I got to go. I'll holler at you, man. I appreciate you giving me a call. I'll talk to you later, man.
Man up, I appreciate it. And hopefully wife up recovers well soon with as little complications as necessary. Man, I appreciate you taking the time to chop it up with us, man up.
All right, man. You have a good one, man. I'll let you know when I'm available for a full day one day.
All right, that'll be what's up. Let me know.
All right, bye.
All right. Shout out to Mr. Man Up. Shout out to Lady Tia, Coltrane, Heidi, Anonymous. Appreciate the love. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den? They beeping on me. We got calling into the den this evening.
Hey, man, it's Elise.
So, Elise, what's the motherfucking deal, man? What's on your mind, man?
I just really wanted to know, where are you getting these statistics from, man?
This was done. This was done from one of them was the Facebook that basically they were going off who's liking what. When I guess they have some type of little swipe type thing going on, and then the other one was OkCupid when they did I guess a survey between 2009 and 2014. So major dating sites are putting out these, I'm guessing studies, but like I say, I think that there's more stuff going on than just what's at face value, but I think face value does have a lot to do with it.
All right, man. I was just wondering, really, but to be honest, I mean, I like black women, so I don't see how they're the lowest. But that's just my preference.
But see, what I think, honestly, like I said, I think it's like I say, if somebody, I don't know, let me try to think of something, maybe like a candy bar or something, and the commercials that you saw on TV just were terrible, and it just looked disgusting. But it could be the best candy bar in the world, but if it's not promoted properly, or if it's promoted in a shitty way, if people say, oh, this candy bar is shitty, tastes like crap, there's always melted, and it stinks, and, all these negative things about it, you would never fuck with it. Unless you just a real out there type person, and you go try it, and you're like, hey, well, it's not as bad as it seems. But the thing with that, though, is you might have got one of the good bars that this candy's ever made, because there are a lot of those candies that are terrible. This is a horrible analogy. This is me trying to think of something on the fly, and it's a terrible analogy. But what I'm saying is, with black women, and if y'all have been around, y'all know that I only date black women. I have dated other races, but what I'm attracted to, what catches my eye immediately is black women. That is my preference. That's what I enjoy. But I don't like all black women. So there's a caveat. Like I have a specific type of black woman.
That's the difference too, because this is from a black woman and a hoe. You know what I mean? Like a hoe is like the girls that were twerking on Facebook with both their kids out or whatever the fuck. That's a hoe. That's a thought.
Yeah.
Black women, you know, they have a dignity and pride to, and they're not gonna let anybody just hit. That's a black woman for me. Yeah. But that's any other like respectful woman though. But my preference is just black women. Like that's what catches my eye.
Yeah. Okay, and that's what I'm saying. And there's nothing wrong. So what I'm saying is though, but what is happening is I think you're getting black women. A lot of them are getting thrown in the same barrel with the hoes, with the thotties, with those who are misrepresenting themselves, those who are out there trying to, hustle for a come up. I think that it's so that there are a lot of good quality black women, but they're getting, again, like I say, a bad rap because of, it could be influence, it could be where they came up, it could be prior decisions that were maybe not so keen, and a few other things. I think there's several caveats in there, and then the way that black women are represented in society. And again, I think part of that is black women have to stop supporting these characters that misrepresent them. Because think about it. You got like, who's the chick? Who's the fucking so-called comedian that she's in all the shit? She does the kids show now.
Okay, well, like when you think of black women, like, a sexy black woman, most people think, oh, she has a fat ass or whatever. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So it goes in a sense like that, what her attributes are instead of like what her personality is compared to like a white woman. White women, when they're more perceived, they have big titties instead of an ass. Mm.
But like I said, I think, you know what I mean? But I think the personality aspect plays into it a lot too. And now what I'm saying by that is because, Tiffany Haddish. So whenever you see a black woman in a movie, she's usually represented as mad, ghetto, angry black woman, something like that. And so then I think when people who don't really have those interactions with black people on the regular, say you do come across with you do see that in public. You happen to see one and she is that. Doesn't mean all of that, but your perceptions become skewed. And so you're like, man, I don't want nothing to do with that. Or if you hear other people talking about, all black women are this way, that way, then most of them haven't had those interactions. Most of them have just seen some shit on TV, the whole rappers and all this other stuff. And so they're thinking this is what it all is. But when other women encourage this stuff, then you automatically get lumped in that barrel. And you may not be out there hoeing. You may just actually just genuinely like the music. But because you associate yourself with that image, you're going to get lumped in that category. And so I think a lot of it has the way that society portrays it.
Yeah, okay. So you think that it's just how people portray black women to a certain extent? Is that how they don't know certain stuff about them? Or they just get to know a person? I mean, I ain't gonna lie. A black woman's the same as any other woman. They're just a woman. At the end of the day. But
yeah, no, I agree. Mean, it comes down to individuals, yes, as a whole, or as an individual as a whole. It comes down to individuals personally. Like you have to get to know somebody's personality. But being honest, we humans, we tend to lean towards familiarity, and so what happens is it could be a chick.
By nature.
Yeah, and so she could be she could be a nice girl. She could be all of these things, but what happens is she may look like this other chick. She may think this certain chick who may be popular, famous, whatever, looks a certain way.
MRSMPAT37 donated $5. Lies, men know if you are WIFED up off the rip. Call me Ed.
No, I don't believe that, Miss Meat. But yeah, like I said, it's about interacting again. And again, when you emulate, there's a few other things, like I said, I think that we get into it, but I think it's just misrepresentation in society for the most part.
Oh, what was Miss Bell saying about mixed kids and shit, bro? Like, sometimes she goes way off topic, but then again, that could just be because she's white and she doesn't understand a sense of oppression, and she does have a sense of privilege. Because I ain't gonna lie, all white people have a sense of privilege to them, man or female.
You really feel that way?
Huh?
You feel that way? What about like the ones who are strung out on meth in the trailer parks?
They still got privilege. I guarantee they get the
Okay. I'm just curious.
I got some tattoos, and like my perception, I look like a little Hispanic thug, or I look like a thug by perception because of the way I have my hair cut and I have tattoos on me. And I'm a really cool guy. I don't really gangbang, so I don't know why people perceive that, but that's what people perceive.
But that's what I say. But the thing about it is, like I say, it's just it's tough to change people's perceptions because, like I say, it was a situation that happened one time. I was at a Tractor Supply. Don't ask why I was there, but I was at a Tractor Supply purchasing some things, and I have a cousin I've talked about from time to time. I call him Whoop. That's a whole other thing. And Whoop is not the most aware guy. But anyway, got a bunch of tattoos. He did some time and stuff like that. It is what it is. And he comes in. That was right around the Trayvon Martin thing. And he comes in with his hoodie on. It was cold outside. It is what it is. And I noticed, usually there's not a whole lot of black people in Tractor Supply. And so I noticed the perception that they had of him, and then a guy comes in, probably much bigger, maybe about my size, white guy, bald head, bunch of tattoos. They get some tattoos on his head too, if I'm not mistaken. Nobody bats an eye. But there's just things that people are comfortable with because they're used to, because they can relate to it, and then there's things that they don't know and they're like. So, like I said, I try not to judge people based on their ignorance or lack of experience, even though it may not always be in my favor or other people's favor, whatever it may be. But that's just something that, again, like we were talking about familiarity, I think people just, if they're ignorant to a situation, they become fearful or apprehensive or whatever else it may be. When you got two of the same thing happening, it's just a different skin tone. People relate to it differently. Their perception is skewed.
Most definitely, man. I think that too. Yeah, I think it's all about the world you live in. Really what you interact with on daily.
This week we gonna talk. Anything else that's on your mind, this Solis?
I wanted to ask you, you gonna have a post game for Sunday's game?
Yeah, we're gonna do. Unfortunately, I'm gonna do a pregame. I don't want to. It's gonna be early as shit, but I'm gonna do a pre and post. I've been off my note on the sauce this week. I've been handling some other stuff.
I'm about to be asleep during the game, so.
Yeah, we'll definitely. I'm gonna have to go to bed. I don't want to do that shit, but I'm gonna do it. Yeah, we have a pre and post game for. It's gonna be terrible. Fuck London. Well, yeah, we'll have a post game for the sauce on Sunday.
All right, man. I appreciate it.
All right. That's the best. So appreciate your call, man. Already. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
This is Sean. How you doing?
How you doing, Miss Sean? It is good to hear from you. What's on your mind this evening?
I don't know if there's some technical difficulties, but I have a couple of things. First of all, this background. What's up with this Teletubby background? I mean, I love it like Teletubbies up in this junk.
It's from a SpongeBob the meme that's been going around, so I just took the background from it and put it up just to be different this evening.
Oh, okay. I just wanted a personal explanation of that because see, I love the moon and stars and all that stuff. That stuff has a powerful meaning. That background. I'm like, what's up with the Teletubbies? We all balanced tonight.
Well, I'm gonna hook you up. During your call, I'm gonna put the moon and stars back up. It's just for you.
Yeah, it's not corny to me. I understand what it means.
Okay.
Okay, so here we go. Couple of things. I missed everything in the commentary because, while we're on hold, we can't hear everything.
Yeah.
I want to talk about, our black, here's the topic. Let's stay on topic. Are black women desirable? Mm-hmm. First of all, I have a fundamental question or concern to everyone in that why are we even asking that question? Whether or not black women are desirable, it should be like women in general. It shouldn't be just like the black woman. In other words, why do we have to ask ourselves the question, are black women desirable? So the fact that the question is even on the table causes me like a little bit of concern. And I think I understand.
Well, the reason why I said that is because I actually got this from one talking, like I said, with my old lady. She's a black woman. We had a discussion about this and some things that I saw on the internet. It was like some people I follow on certain social medias that a conversation had come up, and black women were saying that they were the most neglected and disrespected. And so then I started taking that, and then some statistics that came up that I came across all by myself with no one else's help were showing that black women were the lowest responded to on these dating sites. And so they were saying that, black women aren't as desired as, other demographics. And so that's why I wanted to kind of dive into the question, why is this? What's behind this belief?
I got you. And I feel you. It's not a personal, it's nothing personal, but I think I guess what I want to kind of twist it a little bit. The fact that we even asking the question means that there's some sort of problem.
Okay.
You see what I mean? In other words, I'm digging a little bit, I'm diving a little bit deep in that. We're not saying why aren't Asian women desirable? Why aren't Hispanic women desirable? Why aren't what's the next race? The Hispanics desirable. The fact that we're not asking those questions of those that population, and the fact that we're even asking the population of our women says something. It means something, and it's not to go against anyone. So here's what I'd like to say on that, and then I'm going to go another direction. So for me, and personally, and hopefully people in the Den universe, a woman that's desirable, whether they're black, Asian, Hispanic, from Timbuktu, yellow, or purple, is fundamentally rooted in the way that person kind of carries themselves. It has absolutely nothing to do with physical. I know that we talked about butt, ass, titties, and all that. That is only what you call an initial response. That's like what I call a first responder, like the ambulance, 911. Whoop, whoop, whoop. But that means nothing. If you have wisdom like I do, that has nothing to do with what I was always taught as a young girl, as I've grown as a woman and developed and transitioned through relationships and understanding, interacting with a man. My mother, and the way that I was taught was, you need to be the woman that he can bring home to mom. And I never forgot that. And if we as women, black women especially, and any other woman, if you understand that concept, it does not matter the way you look. I mean, it does matter a little bit, because you don't want nobody looking like the bottom of your shoe. But you don't want to drag nobody in your mama's house looking like the bottom of your shoe. But you definitely want to bring somebody to mama that she's happy with and that she's comfortable with. And if you use that as a guideline, even as these black women, and this is why I'm trying to put it out here to this den, with these voluptuous bodies, hot and cotton, which they used to kind of, in Britain, they call it hot and cotton body. That's a whole different, racial connotation. But if you understand that you have the biggest ass, the biggest titties, and you can have the most gutter, bottom of my shoe, foot, ass, mouth, and mind, and that will get you nowhere. If you can't behave like a woman that man can bring home to mama with dignity, caring, loving, respect, you're just not going to win as a woman. No. So that's kind of what I have to say on.
Cartier White donated $2 through Super Chat. Baby Shark do do do. Baby Shark do do do.
Be a woman. Learn how to stay in your place. A lot of people probably gonna bounce back at me at that. What do you mean, stay in your place, Sean? Yeah, you do have a place. Okay? A man has a place and so does a woman. I'm not saying that you have to be dominated or, it's like some big feminism. So I think this is where the problem becomes. Because at the end of the day, you understand your place like your husband or boyfriend or whoever, significant other understands their place. It's about building. It's about equality. Equality is building with one another and understanding one another's place. So this is what I never really understand. Equality is not trying to act like you a whole nother gender than what you are. That's not equality.
I agree with that.
So that's on the black women stuff. And then I wanted to get in that Harriet Tubman thing.
Man, I was waiting if somebody was, I was wondering if somebody was gonna talk about. Go ahead, get on the Sean. What's on your mind? How you feel about that?
Okay, so on the Harriet Tubman thing, of course I'm not gonna put my dollars on it. I didn't even watch it. So I guess you can kind of call it as third party commentary. Because I'm only reacting to what I heard. And I think that's fair to say. You can't speak on something if you don't know it firsthand. I don't plan. One of the reasons why I don't plan to see is because it's coming and produced by, I think, the Forbes company, who Byron Island is suing them for one of our long-standing civil rights acts. And they're trying to dog him out on that, so they're not getting my dollars on that. However, let's talk about the narrative, the story, and how the story goes down in the psyche. It's nothing but same old, same old. It's derogatory. It's demeaning. Let me tell you why. From what I hear, the catalyst for Harriet Tubman, who is one of our freedom fighters, who fought against, of course, slavery and humanity and the humanization of slavery. But in this movie, they put the villain, a black man who was a slave catcher. So they're going to put the black man as a slave catcher that was the villain of the movie. So what that depicts in the psyche is that the black man is the villain.
Yes.
Then they put and portrayed her slave master, which was the white man, and they portrayed him as having some sort of love affair with Harriet Tubman, like it's like some George Washington and Sally Hemings type love story. And what she does is she kills the slave catcher, who was the bounty hunter, who was a black man. So the bounty hunter was a black man. So the slave master kills the bounty hunter. What message
Prepaid
does that
Mike
give
donated
you?
$20.
That gives
Pimps
you a
up,
it's
whores
further
down.
demeaning our black men. And then it's casting this lie that, okay, you a slave, but it's okay because I still saved the day for you, and I shot that bounty hunter, which is that black man, which is you still being killed and died and dead. That's going down in the psyche of current day white people who don't know their damn history, and black kids that don't know their history. They're seeing themselves continuously dying, dead, and working for the opposition. And you're not going to tell me in anybody's goddamn movie that Harriet Tubman wasn't in love with her slave master. That's just the bottom line. All it is sugarcoating history and not getting down to the real horrors of what we've been through. And the people don't want to talk about it, but they're going to be forced to talk about it because it's coming to the table. Yeah. The discussion is coming to the table. And then you're not going to tell me in no damn movie, try to sugarcoat it, make white folks feel good, that, oh, yeah, we raped you, killed you, and bred you so we can breastfeed your babies when you didn't even want to breastfeed your own. We gonna make you feel good, when you made us jump over hot coals and just to see how much we could take the heat in the cotton field, and when we burned to death and castrated our children and castrated our men in hunger. Oh, but we loved you. We had some sort of love affair. I was in love with Harriet Tubman. That's bullshit. That's a false narrative to make them feel good. So the message is, you got to look at the overall message. The message is, oh, well, we still, it kind of gives a little out. I still loved you, so I killed the black bounty hunter. I'm trying to find a damn black
Professor
bounty
Trill
hunter
donated
that was running
$20.
around catching
Pimp,
slaves
hooray.
in all of the history books I read. Does that even exist?
I've never heard of it, especially one named Bigger Long. And that was the killer part to me. That if you're gonna create this narrative, you couldn't have came up with a better name than Bigger Long. I mean, like, it just seems so cheap, and again, like I said, I think that I have a lot of issues with the movie itself, from the casting to the characters. But you know how a lot of these movies do, especially in the black community. We continue to go and support these movies for some reason. What do you think that this is going to be a successful movie overall?
And say again, because you sound like you're underwater. Let me get real close. Say that question again.
I'm saying that that black people tend to support a lot of these slave narratives, these movies, like for whatever reason. Do you think that even with the poor casting, the questionable characters in this movie, do you think that this is still going to be a successful movie in the black community?
Well, I hope not. But it may well be just for lack of it, based on ignorance. Okay, so we ain't even got into. We talked about the topic of the movie, but we haven't even talked about the casting. The woman is a Nigerian Brit, and they've got all kinds of stuff on her, calling us a kata. She's like downgrading like black. You know what I mean? In America. So how do you do that and represent one of our most valored freedom fighters? So that's a contradictory right there. But if anybody goes to support it, it's really only based on ignorance. But what I really, really would hope to kind of say, just this whole racial thing on an umbrella kind of level here in America. The best way that we're going to get through it is to tell the truth, and to get away from the fear. You don't have to go and get fake Negroes. That's all it is. It's a Negro that's safe and don't make you feel uncomfortable. See, that's what it is for white folks. It's the same thing, with immigrants. It makes them feel safer. And these people, they actually capitalize on that because they know it. They understand the racism in America. They understand how white people feel. And what they do is they capitalize on it almost to our detriment, because they just trying to get in where they fit in and get what they can get for their own struggle. But what I would really, really hope and love to see is that we really talk to one another. There should be no more fear, because this is what I tell people. If black people wanted to retaliate, and if black people really wanted to hurt you, we would have did that shit a long time ago. Think about it. Come on now. We would have they would have been annihilated if that was our intention. That's not our intention. But see, white folks got to get over their fear first. And so that's why they portray, these movies and different things in the facets of life, anything that makes them feel safe or makes them feel comfortable. And they want to put, just like they erroneously, which is nowhere in the history book, that there was a black bounty hunter going after Harriet Tubman. It's totally false. But what they want to do is put it out in the psyche to make them feel comfortable and to also further demean the black man because of their fear. And that's why they had the hero, the slave master, killing the black bounty hunter. What kind of sick shit is that? At the end of the day, so you're going to make my slave master my damn hero. That's the same concept as you pissing on me and say it ain't goddamn rain. That's all their sick shit that they got to come to grips with and get over that damn fear. And all I say is that if you had to be fearful of anything, you would have been dead long time ago. You have nothing to fear from black people. We ain't did nothing but build your wealth in your country. So leave us alone. Stop depicting our black men in a negative fashion. Who the hell, where the hell in the history book was a black bounty hunter trying to kill Harry Tubman? All that's doing in the psyche is about our young black boys that, oh, we always the bad guy. And the slave master is all of a sudden the hero. So that ain't nothing but another trick in history. Nothing but trick. And we got to stop that. And the only way we stop it is just get real about what the fuck's really going on with us. This don't even have nothing to do with immigrants. We deeper than that. That's why they sitting up here trying to get in, and they're using. Trust me. It's nothing no immigrant can ever get in between the black man and the white man. That black man and white man had some discussions to be talked about and had some issues and some bones to be buried. And if them bones ain't never buried, it ain't never gonna work. Everything else is just game. It's game. And it's playing on fear. It is unrealistic fear. Unrealistic.
So what do you think it would take? Like, who would have to sit down to have that conversation?
It's not going to happen in some sort of big convention. It is only going to happen in your living rooms and your kitchens. Groundwork. Because they use the fear and the racism for politics and everything else. Trump is using it. Come on, back in the day, I'm East Coast girl. Grace maybe Grace can call in. Everybody loves Trump. All the black folks up in New York, man, before he was president, do you know Trump was the man?
Oh yeah.
Y'all don't know that.
Yeah, he was in all the rap songs. Everything. Everybody wanted to be Trump. Everybody rapped about him. He was in the songs, and Jeezy talked about being Trump. The little weirdo, they had a little up like Donald Trump.
The rappers, if you an East Coast girl like I am, everybody loves Trump. Now all of a sudden he's president, they don't like Trump. I'm gonna tell you why. Trump is a hustler. He's from New York. Trust me. When he was in New York, everybody loved him. All the rappers, go back and look at his history. But he still had bad, like, racial kind of politics in that he went against the Central Park tribe, and most of all of his workers are freaking immigrants, which is people so stupid. Half of his employees that are running half his business are immigrants, but yet he's going to immigrants. What you got to understand, well, we understand, because we know Trump. We East Coast. He's a hustler.
I'm a hustler, baby.
A hustler in America.
Is that why the black people mad? The black rappers mad because he out hustled the hustlers? Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's what I think the mainstream kind of don't really realize, because they don't really know Trump. We knew Trump for years. I mean, way before he became president. And if you ain't from the East Coast, like New York, New Jersey, up here where we live, then you don't really understand Trump. But see, Trump he's a hustler. He's a con man. And what he's doing, he's reading the tea leaves, and he knows what to do. He is pushing the right button to win. and he knows the button to push is the racial button. Trust me. Trust and believe. So he knows how to push that button because his focus is to win. He's a capitalist. And you almost can't even blame him for it. Because it's like, oh, man, you running your game. If you in the street, he got that gangster type mentality. But what he's doing is he's using ignorant white folks and he's playing on racial tension in order to win, which is dangerous. That's why a lot of black folks actually remove themselves from them. A lot of black folks, people don't really want to face this. They were down with Trump because they knew him back in the day from the streets up in New York. And he had a certain type of reputation there.
Okay.
And that's just 100. That's like real truth. Anybody from New York, call and dispute me. Y'all know everybody, the rappers, everybody loved Trump. Because Trump was gangster. He was up there in Atlantic City, New York. He was rolling, strolling. And what did he say? Grabbing them by the pussy. He was doing all that. He was on the scene, baby. Trump was a part of the scene. Don't get it twisted. We know the truth. But we also know he's a capitalist. But he's pushing the wrong buttons. And that's the only thing that I actually used to like Trump. Yeah. But he's pushing all the wrong buttons, and he's disappointing me now. And but I don't think, how much more money do you need? But at the end of the day, I say don't sleep on him. Don't sleep on him because I know his roots. We know his roots.
Shout out to Ms. Jess W.
Not with them pics. Yeah, that's not really his roots. He's faking with y'all. He's faking with y'all to get power. That is not his roots. His roots is right there in the streets of New York.
Okay.
Gangster style with black people and everybody else. He's faking them white people out, and he's winning. But we know him better.
All right. Well, here's the deal, Miss Shawn. You know I appreciate it. We got a couple more folks on hold because I'll chop it up with you all day, but I want to get to them. I don't want to have them waiting too much longer. But I appreciate you calling and sharing your thoughts.
No, and take that old Teletubby mess in.
I put it back up after your call. I took it down for your call. I gave you the moon and the stars. If I could give you the moon and stars in real life, I would, but I can only do it in the den. But I'm putting the Teletubby stuff back up after your call.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, Miss Shawn, I appreciate it.
Love you, Honcho.
I love you too, Miss Shawn. I appreciate you calling in. See, look, that's a tough act to follow. Who gonna follow that up? Who gonna follow up, Miss Shawn? What's the motherfucking deal? Who we have calling into the den this evening?
Oh, man, it's a white, privileged Trump supporter from New York.
Man, what's going on, John? What's on your mind, man? How are you feeling this evening, man?
I'm feeling good. Me and Harry Tubman had a thing going on. We were trying to keep it a secret, but obviously everybody found out about it already.
Oh, man. Okay. So, John, and one of the first calls I think you had when you called in, John, we talked about, dating through various races, interracial dating and things like that. You had mentioned some things. I don't know if it was on that one or it was actually a call a little while later. You had mentioned some things when we were addressing, issues with black women. So what are your thoughts as a whole for those who may not have heard that?
Let me just say one thing. I just want to give my condolences and a moment of silence for Texas. You guys lost two great people this week, J.J. Watt and Beta O'Rourke. I just want to give my condolences to you fellow Texans out there.
JJ, we'll talk about that another time. People in the South. I'm accused of being discriminate against JJ when I'm just being honest about it. But there's going to be a conversation about JJ we got to have real soon around these parts that people are not going to want to have. But that's another time and place. And Beta, I heard about that earlier. Well, that's unfortunate. It wasn't like he was going to win anyway. So.
Yeah, so what are we doing with bashing black women? What's the conversation about?
Well, what had happened is I pulled up some statistics from a couple of dating sites. They were saying that basically black women get the lowest response of all demographics on the site, well, heterosexual dating sites, so that black women get the lowest response from, not only just black men, but men of other races. There's a few different little statistics that were put on there. And so my thing was, is this true? Is that just suitable for online dating? Do you think that this is a real world scenario, or like what are your thoughts on it, and any experiences that you may have had with it?
I believe it. From talking to other people of all races, I believe it. I think honestly, the numbers are probably even a little bit lower for certain groups, because on these dating sites, I know with the guys that I talk to who have these dating sites, they just swipe right on everybody, and then they sort out their matches after the fact. So a lot of these women are getting matched with that normally you wouldn't match with if you took your time and actually swiped right on only the ones that you liked. But so I think, yeah, I believe the numbers. I actually think they're even worse than what they appear to be. I've dated all races of women, and I've got stories for days. And I got good and bad stories from every race of woman, but the worst of the worst are from American black women. And I mean, I'm not going to get into like the details of each story, because one, it's a lot of stories, and each story is going to lead down a rabbit hole. But I mean, so American black women, I haven't had any real issues with Caribbean black women. Haven't dated any African black women. But as far as the New York black women, I mean, faked the pregnancy, had to bail somebody out of jail at 2 a.m. Try to get me to not use a condom. Just use me as a pawn to get her ex-boyfriend jealous by 2 times. Oh, I got 2 stories. One time I had an ex who was trying to get her other ex who was black jealous by saying, "Oh, I got I'm with my boyfriend. I'm with my white boyfriend right now." So she specifically threw in white to fuck with him, which I thought was foul and and also disrespectful to me too. I had another black woman. This is going back like 20 years ago. We were dating for a little bit, and she's like, I don't suck dick. And I was like, well, we're gonna have issues. Make a long story short, she sucked my dick. And later on, she called me, this is like months after we stopped talking. She called me, and back in the day, when somebody called you on three-way, the phone rang differently.
Yes.
I don't know if it still does that now. So she called me on three-way with her baby daddy, and I'm sitting there having dinner with my family, and she's like, yes or no, did I suck your dick in the car? And I was like, what? I'm like, what kind of, I'm like, not even a hello? What kind of question is that, Yeah. And she's like, just answer it yes or no. And I'm like, yes. She goes, thank you, and hung up. She had her baby daddy on a three-way call because she never blew him. So she rubbed it in his face that she blew a white guy.
Wow.
So, I mean, I got stories for days about American black women.
Oh, man. That's wild. That sounds like he...
I remember one time I was dating this American black woman, and I'm in a house, and her and her sister get in a fight while we're celebrating her mother's birthday. So it's her 3 sisters. There's about 12 kids under the age of like 10 there, because one of her sisters had 9 kids from 6 different men. Her other sister had 2 kids from 2 men, and the other sister, third sister, I think, had 1 kid. So one of the daughters, my ex-girlfriend, was cutting the cake. I was next to my ex-girlfriend. Her mom was next to me, and then next to her mom was the sister she was fighting with. So the sister tried to grab like the big knife, like the biggest knife in the block that you use to cut the cake.
Yeah.
Tried to grab it from her. So I grabbed both of their wrists, and I wouldn't let them move forward or back because I didn't want them to start tussling with a knife in their hand.
Yeah.
So then that spilled over to the 2 daughters fighting with the mom in between, while the stepdad was in the bedroom, just, I don't know what he was doing, watching TV or what. So I got in between them, and I reached over to the mom, and I told one of the sisters, like, yo, cut this shit out, and, you know, and put my hand on my ex, and I was like, yo, you know, cut this shit out. And the mom turned around, and she's like, don't you ever put your motherfucking hands on me, motherfucker, this, and just, I was like, hold on a second. I'm like, I'm trying to help you, because you can't control your goddamn family.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So all of my experiences with American black women have been horrendous. Horrendous. And I mean, I'm not even giving you, like, the good stories. Horrendous. And it's only happened when I've dated American black women. When I've dated Caribbean black women, the only problems I've ever had with them is the same run-of-the-mill problems you have with every other race of woman, and it's only the American black women. So from my experience, yeah, like black women that are American black women, in the sense that their ancestors have been here for hundreds of years, to me, they're less desirable as a group. And if I met an individual within that group who didn't have any of those stereotypes and didn't wear weave and fake eyelashes and 20 pounds of makeup looking like a 1980s drag queen and fake nails and tatted up like a motherfucker, yeah, and she had good values and morals, and she was old-fashioned, and she was feminine, and she was fit, absolutely, I'd give her an opportunity and not judge her based on the group. But the reality is that's not that common.
Yeah, you might be absolutely right about that. That is.
Yeah, and then, you know, a lot of them have single with kids. You know, it's like, I don't have kids, so, you know.
Okay, fine. Damn it. I love a job. I'm telling y'all, I love a job. It's particular calling. This is, again, like, not to dismiss everybody. I love when everybody calls. But it's particular callers that I know is going to get a certain energy going. And I love that shit. And y'all have no choice but to respond. So shout out to John. So what demographic would you say that you've had the best overall experience with?
I wouldn't say any particular race. I would say just, you know, individuals. It's either, you know, I dated white, Hispanic, which really isn't a race, but white, Hispanic, Caribbean black, American black. I would say probably the white, the Hispanic, or the Caribbean black. I've had, you know, good and bad within those, but with the American black, I've never had a good relationship or dating experience. So, like, I mean, the best dating experience. What's up?
No, so like across you said with those being better, is there like commonalities that you would say between that group that just that lets you know, hey, this is probably going to be a better experience compared to other situations? I mean, is it something specific about the women, or again maybe just the cultural association? What I mean, like, what is it that you think, in your own personal opinion,
that made the experiences bad?
But as far as the good experiences, were there like common traits between the women that you had better experiences with?
Oh yeah. It was very much so culture. You know, they acted more feminine. They you know, they believed more in, like, you know, letting the man be the man and I let her be the woman. The way there's a thought process, like the way they saw things and digested it and then and handled it was completely different. Because the way I look at it is, you know, the way a woman talks and acts and thinks, that's how she's going to nurture and raise her future children.
Yes.
So if I got a woman who is, you know, rough and tough and always trying to be a pit bull, that's what you're going to teach my kids. And I don't want that. I don't want that in my kids. So, yeah, I would say culture is definitely the biggest one. No, I don't date trashy women because it's only been the American black ones that have done that. So if it's, you know, so it's a culture thing. So, you know, maybe those American black women were trashy, but, you know, it's a culture thing. But don't get jealous. Don't get bitter.
I love it. Okay. So, I don't know. I'm trying to think here because, like I said, it's good to have an opinion from.
And the Harriet Tubman movie, I haven't seen it. I heard about it. I know the lady who plays Harriet Tubman is a Nigerian woman who lives in the United Kingdom, which I found funny that they couldn't find an American black woman to play the role.
Yes.
what you call it. I don't know why people are looking at movies to dictate history. I mean, movie, especially these days more than ever, are entertainment. And everyone knows that movies are always changed from the book or from reality because they're made to be entertaining and full of drama and to get people talking and to invoke emotions, whether good, bad, sad, or happy. So, it's just, I mean, I wouldn't waste my money to watch it once I found out they had a Nigerian playing the lead actress. I mean, the only thing I liked about Harriet Tubman was she's a Republican, so I can't hate on a fellow Republican.
Okay. No, don't tell nobody that. They might not like that. That might be that could be the worst thing out of everything. It could be Bigger Long could be who he is, and could have love interest could be a Nigerian woman. But you say something about it being a Republican, now it's gonna be an issue. Everything else was all right. Now we crossed the line. And I agree with you. And that's why I say because I say look at who's pushing these movies. Again, it's not like conservatives have control over the media. It's a lot of liberal Hollywood, and these are the people who are pushing these things out and selling you this. But when nobody looks at it like that, I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm curious if these weren't the worst stories, just some of these experiences. What would you say is the worst experience that you had, say, dating a white woman?
The worst dating a white woman. Nothing that really. I mean, I would imagine there's been a bad one, but I can't think of anything that stands out. You know what I mean? Maybe she was, I don't know, trashy. I don't fucking know. I'll be honest, I can't really think of anything right now.
Okay.
Yo, who said white women smell like wet dog? Is that who is that?
Oh.
Who is that?
That is the local den comedian.
Yeah, who is that? Is it a black guy?
Yes.
Well, tell him his mother washes her hair once a month, so he wouldn't know what hair smells like. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
If y'all, I'm not even gonna get into it. It was. Oh man, it is. I'm gonna leave it be because I'm just gonna leave. Y'all know sometimes I'll be on some old other shit. Yeah, that's what I was looking. I was just like I was waiting. I was like, is he going to say it?
You know what it is? I want to be nice. White people do smell like wet dogs, but you really don't want to know what we say you smell like. So I'm gonna be nice.
That's what, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say weed and cocoa butter and being nice about it. But no, okay. So I mean,
and I know another thing off the top of my head, since we're on talking about different types of women. I can't get down with the fake wigs. That goes for any race, and usually I see that white women and black women do it the most. That's another thing with American black women. I find that they wear wigs more commonly than the Caribbean women. Not to say the Caribbean women don't do it a lot, but I feel like the American women do it even more, and white women do it as well to a lower extent. I can't do that fake hair shit.
No.
That's an instant no, and for me, that automatically disqualifies a lot of American black women. But it's another reason why I find them to be, as a group, generally speaking, less desirable.
So how do you feel about natural hair on black women? They're wearing their natural hair.
I love it. To me, a nice head of natural hair on a black woman is just as nice as a nice natural head of hair on any other race of woman.
That's interesting.
That fucking weave shit is disgusting. I mean, I don't know how you're gonna sit there and say you're black and you're proud with a fucking white woman fucking wig on your head, which was used as a tool of white supremacy fucking not that long ago.
But if I say it, well, let me stop because look, they're gonna set it off. But I agree with that. That's my personal feeling. That's why I say look, I love black women, but there's a certain type. Like I said, one.
Yeah,
go
ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I said I can't have been growing my hair this long, and then get with a chick who may have a short hairdo one day, and then the next day her shit twice as long as mine. Look, you got to put in the work or something here. It's just again, like I say, to each their own. But the crazy thing about it is because, like I said, I kind of feel for black women in a way, because I know a lot of black men who encourage the women to do it. Like, they encourage me to do it. Like I said, I had a friend, and she was growing her hair out naturally and stuff like that. And she said for her husband's birthday, he wanted her to perm it and put some weave in her head. And so I find it. I guess there's it's a being between a rock and a hard place. So I guess if you're trying to find someone and you got a certain percentage of the population that is attracted to it, then you have a certain amount that are not. It's a tough situation to be in.
Yeah, I mean, women are judged on their beauty, and unfortunately, not much more than that. So, telling a woman not to, wear makeup or a wig or fake eyelashes or whatever, it's kind of like they kind of been programmed for so long to think like that if you tell a woman, I think you look beautiful naturally, it's like an insult to them.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen people get upset, with all the makeup on, and I'm saying, perfectly, I think you look better without it, and they've gotten offended. So I've kind of gotten to the point where I don't even say too much anymore. I just, if you like it, I love it. It is what it is, because it's a no-win situation almost.
Mm-hmm. It definitely is. I mean, I've had this argument with quite a few black women, and it's like they give you every argument, and when you debunk every single excuse they give you, it's just, then they just go batshit crazy and start yelling about nonsense. And I'm just like, can we just agree that, it's bullshit? I mean, like, so we're told that our hair doesn't look neat, so we can't wear it to work. And I'm just like, what about the black female doctors who wear their natural hair out, the black female attorneys who wear their natural hair out, or go show up to court with micro braids? What about the teachers, the educators who wear a fucking braid out, a twist out? You know what I mean? Like, fucking, there's so many black women that wear their natural hair to their jobs, and it's not even always a high-profile job. I mean, I've seen black women working at a bank behind a teller, probably making minimum wage, wearing their natural hair. So to sit here and say employers won't let you wear your natural hair because it doesn't look, because it looks messy, yeah, that might happen sometimes. But, at the rate that American black women are wearing white women hair on their heads, whether it's a wig, a weave, extensions, or whatever, it's an excuse. It's a lie. And the reality is they don't fucking want to wash their hair more than fucking, once every 2 weeks, or more than, once a month. I dated a girl short time that wore a weave. She only washed her hair when she replaced her weave, and I dumped her ass. That's just disgusting. That's why they're always fucking tapping their fucking head. It's like, because it's itching. Because when you put the fucking cornrows in, and then you take a shower with the wig on, inside the cornrow, the moisture doesn't dry, so it starts fucking itching. And then if you don't take care of it over a lengthy period of time, you can get fucking traction, you can fucking get mold and shit growing. Who the fuck wants to deal with that? You know what I mean?
Ooh.
So it just amazes me, like, So it's just like, it's like, that's why I found it funny when, some people wrote in the comments, white people smell like wet dogs, and I'm like, okay, do you really want to go there? I'm not a white guy who has white guilt. You know what I mean? Like, I will come for your neck. And the worst thing is I actually know a lot about black history and black culture, so I will fucking insult you beyond your intelligence of black culture.
That's dangerous. Yeah, because you broke it down. Look, brother John knows more about the weaves and shit than I do. All that. Look, I just don't want to fuck with the shit too much. Look, you broke down the science of why you out there scratching your head and shit, looking crazy with the full palm head slap. So yeah, that's that's funny.
Yeah, it's like. But I don't know, anything. I'm sure there's something you want to ask me, but there's probably so many things going on right now in both our heads. We don't know where to start.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a little bit of everything. Damn it. What are your thoughts on Witherspoon? Were you a fan of John Witherspoon?
Yeah, I heard. I used to watch him when he was on the Wayans Brothers, the Wayne Show, something like that. It was like on, I don't know what channel it was. Channel 11 over here in New York. I don't know. I forgot what the name was, but I think he was on the show with the two Wayans Brothers.
Yeah.
I know he was in the Friday movies. Yeah, he was a good actor. I liked him. He was funny. I read that the other day. What did he die of?
I don't know. I'm assuming it was just old age. I didn't hear if it was a heart attack or if anything like that. So I'm assuming he was just kind of old.
Right. Yeah, it's a shame. He was 77, so he wasn't too young, but yeah, he was a good actor. I liked him. Shannon, yes, you can wash your hair often, and no one's saying you should wash your hair every day because white women don't even wash their hair every day. You know, so if you moisturize your hair and you do the right thing, you can wash it more than once a month or more than once every 2 weeks. You know what I mean? So, you know, either your mother didn't teach you how to take care of your hair when you're growing up, or you just don't feel like spending, you know, all that time every day to get it ready in the morning before work. So you put the wig on or whatever. You know what I mean? That I sure know as hell straighten it with that hot iron and putting that spray on it before you do it so you don't burn your hair is good for you. But you do that shit every day. So, you know, listen, I've dated a ton of black women. I know more about black hair than I need to ever know. I know. So you can say whatever you want. I can give you facts. We could talk about hair density, porosity. We could talk about everything. We could talk about fucking 1A, 3C, 4C. We could talk about everything.
I'm hoping somebody get. I see y'all ladies in the chat. I'm hoping y'all are getting your fingers ready because I want to hear some debate. Some of y'all are not being too keen on some of this conversation. I definitely want to hear some replies and rebuttals. This man knows what he's talking about. Yeah, he knows. Look, this is going to be very interesting. I'm loving this. This is a top John call right here. I don't want to say this is a damn good call. I love it. Oh man, okay. Anything else that's on your mind there, John?
Oh yeah. So, what's up with Donald Trump and this impeachment? How do you feel about that? The impeachment inquiry.
I think it's just more bullshit. Again, I think it's more Russia, more whatever you want to call it. I think it's just another thing to distract. I think they're grasping for straws, hoping that they can get something to stick and. Again, he's going to win it again, and they're just hoping that they can somehow, some way, get him out of there. But I don't see it happen. It's nothing going to happen. It's just I have no idea why we keep going through this. But if it's not one thing, it's something else. And I think it'll be like that as long as he's president. They'll find the next new thing. The next they would start off with grabbing with the pussy, and it was Russia, then it was. It's just something, one thing after the next, and if they can't get that stick, they'll find some other bullshit. So, I don't know. It's just, it's crazy shit.
Yeah, because he's got some high-ranking military intelligence guy who was saying I reviewed the call and there was nothing wrong said on it, and I'll testify on Trump's behalf saying that. Yeah. So, but anyway, I feel bad because last time I asked you for pistachios, and I gave them to Kay Grace and only one La, and I forgot Miss Bell, my beautiful white queen.
I got you. Don't worry.
And you know what? And who's Rashida? I don't know what her screen name is, but can you give Rashida some? She's nice. I like her.
Yeah, I got you.
She doesn't pick on me. I like her.
I got you. Real quick, while I'm distributing these pistachios, what are your thoughts on what's her name? Katie Hill? I think the one in Kemah.
Oh, that's the one who got kicked out for having the threesomes and everything and shit.
Yeah, but it's because she's a woman. If a man would have done that, it wouldn't have been an issue. It's only because she's a woman, not because she's.
No, man. They had the guy from Minnesota, the guy who used to be the actor on Saturday Night Live. They kicked him out because they found a picture of him putting his hand near a woman's breast, and they kicked him out. There's been plenty of male senators and congressmen, whatever, that have been asked to step down due to sexual allegations. So that's bullshit.
Yeah, but that's the thing. She got Talib, and she's got the other one out there with her, and they're saying, well, Rashida, not Talib, who's the one? Ilhan coming and posting, well, the only reason that this happened is because, she's a woman, and, all of a sudden we're standing with you, and all, you got pictures, again, whatever you do, I don't care, I'm not against weed or anything like that, but you're posting pictures butt-ass naked on these fucking swinger dating sites, fucking smoking weed, fucking grooming your staffers, and again, what is it? It's having sex with your staff, having a relationship with your staffers is what's against the rule. I think that's what got her really kicked out. and you're butt ass naked brushing her hair. You know, you having threesomes with staffers and your husband, and you fucking the other little dude. And it's just, oh no, it's only because he's a woman. You know, that's
Yeah, I mean, I loved all those pictures of her except for the one with the Nazi tattoo on her hip.
Oh yes, yes.
But the one where she was sitting down combing that girl's hair naked, that was a hot picture, man. I was like, you know, you let her stay. Let her stay. She's cool. Let her stay. I don't care that she's a Democrat. Let her stay. She's real, you know. She's a real woman, you know. She's telling, you know, let her stay. Like we got all these stiffs in you know, in Congress. This woman's cool. You know what I mean?
At least it'll be entertaining.
Like a lie, you know. She's decent to look at, you know. Ilhan Omar is decent to look at too, but I just when she opens her mouth, it just she disgusts me. You know, I don't know how she fucking says white men are the most dangerous terrorists in America, but yet she's fucking one right now.
Yeah, yeah.
So I mean, I don't know how fucking AOC says white people are fucking horrible, but yet she's fucking one right now. I don't know how Don Lemon says white men are horrible, but he's letting one fuck him right now. You know, he goes home and gets butt broken every fucking night by a white guy. You know what I mean? And he wants to talk about black history. Fuck out of here. So I don't like that shit. You know, it's like if you're gonna be a racist or if you're gonna say racially charged things, like go all the way with it. Be a racist. You know what I mean? Like don't half-ass it for a paycheck. You know what I mean?
I fucking love it. I agree. But that's the thing. So what do you think that those guys, like, you know, looking at it from their perspective, if you like you said, Omar and AOC, you know, you go home to white dudes. What do you think those dudes feel? Do you think they're kind of dominant over these guys? These guys just don't really give a fuck. I mean, how do you think they perceive the situation?
No, I think the three political figures I just mentioned, I think that they feel that white people are better, and they think that their life will be better, and they'll be more prestigious and more doors open if they date white people. You know, I mean, they might love them genuinely, but I don't know how you can love someone genuinely and talk about their race. It's like me marrying a black woman and then talking shit about black women all fucking day long. Like say like every single one is this and that. You know what I mean? Like, you know, instead of separating it by culture and by nationality and etc. You know, it'd be kind of, you know, actions speak louder than words. Well, in this case, words speak louder than actions. But so yeah, I think they're sellouts. They're obviously doing it for the paycheck, and you know, they're talking out of both sides of their mouth. And you know what? And people, I think all politicians talk shit, but I just think the Democrats lately have just been really going off the wall with the shit they talk.
I think they got to push to an extreme when they're running out of ideas or running out of shit to say. I mean, they have nothing to stand on. I think they just have to start pushing it to some extremes to get a reaction.
Heidi is crazy what she just wrote.
I fucking hate you. Oh man, I love the dead folk. I love you all. You all are great people. Whether we agree or disagree, y'all are all great people. I love it.
But Honcho, I love you, Honcho. Tell your beautiful black queen I said hello. your lovely child. Tell him I said hello. But honestly, I think I set enough fires for tonight. Let me get off the phone before I fuck you.
It's all good, man. I love it, John. Man, I appreciate you calling in. New York John, my favorite New Yorker, man. It's always good to hear from you, man.
Thank you, man. God bless you. Bye.
All right, you have a good evening. Man, look, I know y'all want to call in, and the line should be open. I think I say, give me a small Honcho hiatus. I'm going to be back in like 2 shakes of a Scotty's tail. We're going to keep this thing going because I know y'all got some shit to say, and we finna jump this thing off. And prepaid, I got you. I know you said it hung up, and I got you. I'll probably, if the line is not safe, I'll be right back. We live? We live? All right. Oh, man. Jack. Which y'all gotta understand, man. I love it. Like I say, and this is what makes the den so beautiful. You can have so many just different views, and there's certain point like, and why I love trying to. I try not to read the chat too much when I'm on the call because y'all are bad people. Y'all are good bad people. But you can see the paths, like as the conversations go along on the phone, you can see the path where everybody's riding together, and then somebody will say something. Whoop! This is where I hop out the car, and then somebody goes this way, somebody else goes this way, somebody goes this direction. It is all over the place. I fucking love it, and I love you all. You're all great people. I really do believe that. No matter if you enjoy, you disagree, whatever it may be, y'all stop putting Broderick in timeout. Roger, I think text the old Denline. I didn't even think the old Denline was still active. I'm surprised. I don't know. They must think I'm not gonna pay that shit. Where we at? Hold on 1 second. Make sure we are. I want to make sure I get all the messages and stuff. All right, we're gonna head shoot up. Let me see. Oh, we got one coming. Let me take this call real quick. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening? Let me just.
Shaking my damn head.
Okay, let me just prepare this.
Shaking my head. First of all, your title. Are black women really that undesirable? No. Black women has never been undesirable. That's why we got raped. That's why we've been raped. Okay? And see, I'm going to take this on another level for y'all. Let me tell you something. The title. Are black women really that undesirable? No, we're not. We are the most desirable women on the planet. First of all, they are. Like I said, I'm about to take y'all to another level.
All right, let's go.
They are kidnapping us, taking us for our organs, our melanated skin. Okay, that's what they want. They want our melanated skin, which makes our organs better for what they're doing these days, which is giving men transplants, okay, to have babies and all that. They're getting that from melanated skin, okay? Black women has never been undesirable, okay? So your little title, don't mean nothing because that's not true. It just simply is not true. And in situations we don't want to be in because we are desired, okay? And your last caller, buddy, listen, you can never speak for black folks if you're not black. You can for a black woman if you're not a black woman. Nobody on this earth except a black woman can speak for a black woman. I can't tell you how a white woman feel. I can't tell you how a white woman feel. I can't tell you how a white man feel. I can't tell you how a black man feel. But if you are a white man or a black man, you can never in your motherfucking existence tell a black woman how she should feel and what she goes through. You can't do it. I don't give a fuck what y'all say.
But here's my thing, though.
I can't speak for a white woman.
But here's my thing. Who said that we told y'all what y'all felt? We just described our experiences in dealing with black women or what the statistics from certain
days. You can say how you deal with. No, that's not what he said. Okay. He said that he said that he can speak and he knows about the black culture. No, the fuck you don't. If you're not black, you can't speak for the fucking black culture.
But I think there's a difference
no way in hell.
There's a difference in having.
I can't speak for the white culture.
But what I'm saying is there's a difference,
for the white culture.
There's a difference in being able to have knowledge of something and speaking for something and having knowledge of something are two different things.
Okay, let me tell you something. You can get your opinion, state your opinion all day and every day, just like I could. But there's no way on this God's green earth or whoever's earth this is, you cannot, absolutely cannot speak for a black woman if you are not a black woman. Y'all need to get the fuck out. Get your head out your ass.
Nobody said that we wanted to speak for black women. Nobody was speaking for black. What we were saying is that we were talking about the perception. And if you caught it early on, I talked about the perception and what I thought was true and what I thought was false.
But see, that's not even a. But listen, Ed, it's not even a perception because your title says, "Are black women really that undesirable?" We have been undesirable.
Okay, but
that's what I'm telling you.
Okay, but can you show me a statistic, a fact, even if it's a skewed statistic or
that's not even. It's not even okay.
But then it's an opinion, right? Then it becomes an opinion or a perception on your end.
That's the thing.
But what I'm saying,
that's why.
But what I'm saying, but you said it's not a perception.
You would never.
But you said it's not a perception, right? And so that's a perception from the view of a black woman. Is that not the same as if a white man has a perception of you from one angle, you have a perception of yourself from an angle, you have a perception of white man from another? It's all perception, right?
Not when it comes to the actual. Okay, it's not perception when it comes to me as a black woman. You said in your title, "Are black women really that undesirable?" Okay. No, we have never been undesirable. We have never been. You're saying that from a man's point of view. But what I'm telling you is this. Black women have never been undesirable. Never.
Now, this is funny because part of this conversation has originated from what I took from black women. One, having a conversation with a black woman. Two, from some black women that I follow on other social media and things that they've posted, said, and taking this out of context. So you're saying something different, but they have a different perception. So what I'm saying is your experience may be different than theirs. And so what I'm taking is looking at it as a whole.
It's not even about experience. If you look back, if you are what they call today so-called quote-unquote woke, which I don't know where that came from. If you know your history, if you know things, you know that black women has never been undesirable. Mistreated? Yes. Yes, mistreated. I would say, see, mistreated is the word, not undesirable. Mistreated is what we have always been. Mistreated. Okay? We have never been rewarded for our work and what we do. Mistreated, yes, but undesirable, never. Never. I don't care what this lad dude said, talking about he could say more about a black woman than a black woman. Get the fuck out of here. Because I can't say more about a white man. I can't say shit about a white man. I'm not a white man.
But that's not what he said. He said he could tell you more about your history or what's going on than most people could.
Really?
But so,
wow. Oh, that's a whole lot.
But
that doesn't mean shit.
But that is a different argument.
That does not mean shit because we were never undesired. We have always been mistreated. Okay? There's a big fucking difference. A big fucking difference. We have always been mistreated. We have been mistreated in the workplace. We have been mistreated by men. We have been mistreated by other races than black women, and also black women. We have always been mistreated. Never undesirable. Never undesired. Never. Mistreated, yes. All the time. That it's just not. And I understand why you made your life and you named it that, because you're not a black woman.
But I came from a black woman. I primarily date black women. My Existence has been
Okay.
up and around black women. So my thing is, and again, and I think I clarified, I put caveats out there. And if I only, like I say, I only really date black women. I've dated other races in the past, but my preference, what attracts me, what catches my attention, is natural black women. So I think that it would be, I mean, what's the proper word? It would be inappropriate for me to sit here and say that I don't find them desirable if I say that's my primary, that's what gets my attention, that's what I like. The darker, the better. The more natural, the better. So, in essence, a real
That's
black
your
woman.
preference.
But so how would
That's your preference.
But what
that
I'm saying,
has
but
nothing to
but
do with
listen,
being undesired.
but if that's what I desire, then my preference is something you desire, right? I mean, wouldn't that be the same thing? What I prefer is what I desire. Would you say that?
But you still desire the black woman.
But I never said
Right?
that I never said that I didn't. This was never
Okay.
Ed Honcho doesn't desire black women. I've said it even when
I
topics that
am
have nothing to do
going,
with this.
Ed, I am going by your topic today.
Okay, but that's the name of the
Your
topic.
topic is,
But go by the
are
context
black
of the stream.
women really that undesirable? We have never been undesirable.
Okay, so
Never.
Miss Mead, I have
We
a
have
question.
been mistreated.
I have a question.
We have been
Angela,
mistreated,
I
but
have a
not undesirable.
I have a question, okay? And this is my question. When you come across articles, when you come across, news or maybe on the internet or in the newspaper, do you only read the headline or do you read the context of the article?
Hmm.
Do you read the context of the article?
Mistreated. Mistreated. Like I said, mistreated, not undesirable. We have never been undesirable. We have been mistreated. Like, we have been mistreated. That's what it is. It's not undesired. That's why we got raped, as they say in the slave days. That's what make light skinned and mixed. We have never been undesirable. We have been mistreated. That's all I'm saying. We have been mistreated. Never been undesirable by any race, by any man, by anything. We have never been undesired. We have been mistreated. Okay?
So I'm going to ask you one more time, Miss Angela. When you read an article, do you read the headline only or do you read the context of the article to understand what they're talking about?
I read the headline, I read the content, and I read the comments.
Okay. And so the content of this stream, I started out by sharing some statistics from various dating sites that talks about the interaction in modern day times in online dating between all the various races. And the one common factor in that was that black women reply the most, but get the least amount of responses. They get the least amount of attention on these
Mistreated.
So how are you being mistreated if I never interact with you? That's not being mistreated. That's almost like the trans saying, well, you hate trans because you don't sleep with them. If I never give you the attention, if I don't have that interest in you, how can I mistreat you?
Okay, let me ask you this. When you say undesirable, what do you mean? Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe I'm mistaken, or maybe I'm not understanding what you're saying about undesirable.
Okay.
So what do you mean?
So what I'm saying is this. If you, let's say the sexual dating marketplace is a dating website where you have options to choose from white, black, Asian, Hispanic, whatever other demographic, ethnicity, nationality, whatever you want to call it out there. When it comes to this, most races of men, when it comes to choosing women, are declining a higher percentage of black women than any other race. So when it comes to levels of desires or attraction to other races, what these statistics are saying is that black women get chose the least. So that's what I'm saying.
You're going off statistics. Got you. No, really. Okay, so you got the wrong one for that one. So, because we all know that shit is fucked up and fake. Okay? So, whether you want to believe it or not, we are not the most undesirable race. Black women are not. We are most the mistreated race of women, but we are not by far the most undesirable. We are not. I don't care if you're ratchet and you're ghetto and you walk outside with a fucking hair bun on, which I don't believe in, and pajamas. I don't give a fuck. We are not the most undesirable. We are the most mistreated. And it is what it is. I don't give a fuck what people say. You know I'm right. Undesired, really. Come on now.
No.
Come on.
I'm going
Undesired.
I'm going to
Come
disagree
on.
with you, Angela. So, in your opinion, who is the most undesirable demographic?
You can't disagree. You're not a black woman. How the fuck can you disagree?
So what are y'all all dyking now? So only black women can desire black women?
Have one though?
Okay, but now you're changing the context of the argument.
Do you have a black woman or not?
So now you're coming back around
to
basic.
A black woman?
Now you're proving my point. Thank you. Because now you're coming back around to prove the point that I said initially.
Do you have a black woman?
You're coming back around to prove the point that I stated initially. That how can I find black women undesirable when I date a black woman, when I prefer natural black women? This is why I brought up the point of the context of a headline.
So that means we're not the most undesirable then. That means we're not. If you prefer a black woman, that means we are not the most undesirable. If you prefer a black woman.
I'm only one man. I'm only one man. So my preference, let's be realistic. Most black men aren't keen on very dark women. I like dark black women. Most black men are not really keen on natural black women. I like natural and dark black women. Most black niggas, they want the yellow bone, or they want something they think is exotic or whatever.
They don't.
No, yes they do.
No, they don't.
Yes they do.
No, they don't.
Yes they do. You can't speak on black men, Angela, because I'm a black man. You can't speak on black men because I'm a black man, Angela. So you're not allowed to speak on what black men. You can't speak on it though.
So what did you say you prefer?
If I can't speak on black women, you can't speak on black men.
What did you say you prefer?
Preference.
What's your preference? What's your preference?
My preference has been stated multiple times. Okay. I've stated on this stream, on multiple other streams. The purpose of me titling this stream the way I did is the same purpose that I just stated. Listen.
You're deflecting.
You're mistreating me. You're mistreating me right now.
You're deflecting.
I think black men are the most mistreated, and they're being mistreated by black women.
You're deflecting. What is your preference?
I have just stated my preference.
A black, dark-skinned woman.
So how do you know my preference? How do you know my preference? How do you know my preference? So why'd you have to ask? You already knew the preference, so why ask the question? You already knew the preference, so why ask the question?
All right. What makes you think you the only one have that preference?
I'm not.
It's a lot.
Okay, but not the majority.
A lot.
But not the majority. Let's be realistic. The majority.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because I'm a black man, and nobody can speak on black men but black men.
But you say you prefer the dark-skinned natural woman.
Okay, that's me as an individual.
Are you the only one that prefer that?
No, but that's me as an individual, not me as not my demographic.
So how do you know you're not the only one?
I didn't say I was the only one. And how do I know I'm not the only one? Well, I mean, there's other family. Africans got to date something. They like something. But I mean, all you can do is take a look at these rap videos. What do you see most in the rap videos? What do you see mostly? Light skinned women or dark skinned women in these rap videos?
We're talking about real life here. Okay, we're not talking about rap videos. We're not talking about rap videos.
Art imitates life.
We're not talking about
art imitates life.
What did you say you prefer? Okay. What did you say you prefer?
But I'm one man. I am but one man.
So you are the only one who prefer that?
I didn't say that. That's not what I said.
So how do you know how many men prefer that?
Because I speak with other black men. I have been raised around, guess what? Black men my entire life. So I know when we have these arguments,
and all of them say that they prefer white women. I mean,
where did white women come in? Nobody even talks about white women. We talk about light skinned versus dark skinned black women. Nobody's even talking about white women.
That's not what your title says.
So now you change the demographic of the conversation.
That's not what your title says.
What is my does my title say anything about white women?
It says, are black women really that undesirable.
And the focus
So
is on
where
black
did you
women.
get that from?
I got it from speaking with black women, from the black women that I cohabitate with. I got it from women who speak about this openly on various social medias. And so I also got it from the statistics provided by multiple dating sites. And then I put all this information
Dating
together.
sites.
That's where people who are
Dating
desired.
sites
That
really,
isn't that where people who want to
really
be?
do.
Isn't that where people who want to be desired go?
Really.
If you want to be desired, don't you go to a dating site?
Do you really think that goddamn down home Georgia boy gonna say you really want black women out loud? Man, get the fuck out of here.
Georgia.
Okay, y'all see any country white boy, do you think he gonna really say he want that black woman when he really do? Nah, he ain't gonna say it. So you can go by your little statistics and all that, but we really know what happened. We really know what happened. We really know what the black woman did and how she was desired in the community, in everybody's community. So you can put us down, because that's really a put down. It's really a put down saying we are undesirable when we are the most desired. It's a put down. I'm just saying it. It's a put down.
So
I'm going to speak my piece.
Okay,
That's what your platform
exactly,
is for.
and that's what I want to encourage. But
it's really a put down.
Okay, so this is what I want you to tell me. This is if what this statement is true or false. Okay, you read that title.
You'll never understand.
You read that title and you got personally offended. Is that true or false?
And every other black woman should be personally offended, because we are not the most undesirable. Every black woman should be.
Why? Why should every black woman?
I'm just saying, it's a put down. It's a put down. You can argue with me. You can make your audience and everybody else seems that you're right, but I'm telling you, it's a put down, because we are not the most undesired.
Okay, so
we are not.
So
we are the most mistreated.
Okay, so
we are the most mistreated all day.
Okay, so
in jobs, with men, with
thing,
black men such as you and everybody else, we are the most mistreated.
So here's
blank.
But here's my thing: did I make a statement or did I ask a question?
It's still a put down, regardless.
Did I make a statement or ask a question?
Okay, well, I'm telling you my take on it. Okay, it's a put down. We are not the most undesired. We are the most mistreated. Okay. Point blank.
Okay, but
I'm just saying.
But me personally, did I say that black women are the most undesirable, or are they not that undesirable? Because words are important. The words you choose, you pick and choose, are important.
All right. I'm just stating. I'm just stating my opinion.
But I'm asking
my point.
My only question. So you
and I'm just saying that's a put down.
It's a put down. Attacked
because we are not the most undesired. We are the most mistreated. Okay. We are the most mistreated. So whatever you say, whatever you want to say, it is like we get mistreated in the workplace. We get mistreated by men, our own men, such as other men, such as people in society. We are the most mistreated, but we are not the most undesired. Desired and mistreated is two different things. You cannot say this.
Why can I don't know where this conversation is going.
Actually, you can say what you want. But I'm just saying, we are not the most undesirable. We are the most mistreated.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Okay, and you see that the thing about questions instead of being statements is that you can answer that question by making the statement that you just made, and we didn't have to go into the tirade and the attack, and we can have a conversation about that. But instead, you accusing me of calling women. I never said that. I never said that.
That's how you are, though.
I never said that black women are undesirable. How can I say that when I say that I primarily only date black women? I have dated other races in my past, but my preference is to date natural black women then that is what I choose. So how would I flip the script on the same
So
hand?
why
Say,
do you think you're the only one want to date that though?
what does that have?
So, but see, what you're saying is, when you say that, you're saying is, you're the only one that want to date natural black women, but we are undesired. But when you desire us, that it just doesn't make sense. Because you're not the only one that feel like you feel. So for you to say we are the most undesired, to
I
me,
never
is
said
not
that. I'm just telling you, this is what a set of statistics says. This is what a particular group, and then immediately after
what
that,
statistics. I've never seen this.
okay, well then you got off the stream then,
Show
because
me,
I put them on the
I've
screen.
never seen
Okay,
it.
well go back to the beginning of the stream because I put them on the screen and I read down and I showed a couple of different things from two different sources, from a Facebook dating app, from OkCupid dating, and it showed that black women receive the lowest level of responses. If they're on the app, it is what it is. How can I can't tell them what to put out there. But here's the thing.
Because most of us black real women are not on dating apps.
Okay.
We don't need to be.
But guess what?
We are desired.
Okay, but the ones that
because we are
not
desired.
Okay, but if you were to listen to the stream, I said these same things, that I thought that these stats were skewed for particular reasons, because I think you have to look at more.
So why are you talking to me about stats then? If they're skewed, why you? When I'm telling you that we are not undesired, we are mistreated, but then you talking about stats, and I'm telling you stats don't mean the motherfuck. It doesn't. Like, it doesn't mean anything. Because it doesn't. Like, we are not undesired. We are mistreated, but we are not undesired.
Said that black women were the most. That's what you see. You're saying I said something I never said. Then you're assuming that simply because you read the headline, you didn't peep the content. And so what I'm saying, when I first got on, I read down this stuff. I said I think these are skewed. I think that there's some differences between class. I think location, the type of people that are using this, and then it's a different set of people that they're surveying. And I said that I think that there are some differences in what these numbers represent. Then I talked about dating in reality versus dating online. And the perception. And then I thought about what perception was and why people felt the way they did and why they got a lower rating because of the perception that society pushes out and why we should not be supporting certain things. So I covered a bevy of things initially, and then we opened up the line, and then you attacked me all the way from Atlanta, Georgia. You attacked me, you accosted me, you assaulted me, you demeaned my preferences.
Really?
You insinuated that I would say things that I would never even suggest, and then you told me I cannot speak on black women. I can't address my preferences.
You can't.
Okay.
You can't. Just like I can't speak on black men. Because I'm not a black man.
All right, as long as we got to understand.
So I'm not a white man. Mm-hmm. I'm not a white woman. I am a black woman.
But you can be transracial if you want to. You can, they'll let you change that shit on your
I didn't attack you. I didn't attack you. I'm just saying we are not. We are not undesired. We are not undesired.
Okay.
We are mistreated all the time. Just like you do. You're mistreating me now.
I'm mistreating you. Wow. This is okay.
Right. Yes.
All right. Well, Miss Angela, is there anything else on your mind that you would like to speak about?
Nope. We will do what we do.
Well, Miss Angela, from Atlanta, Shawty, I appreciate you calling in, even though I was verbally attacked the entire time.
No, you were not.
Yes, I was assaulted.
I was.
I think not.
Okay.
All right. Well, you have a good evening. I appreciate you calling in. Adios.
All right. Bye.
All right, bye. Oh, y'all active now. What's the motherfucking deal? We have called into the den this evening.
Hey, man, this is Elise again. I just wanted to, because some fucking New Yorker had triggered me, so I just wanted to, ask you some questions as a black guy.
Okay.
Right? Because you obviously wash your hair, right?
Yes.
So let me ask you this, right?
Yes.
The afro hair thrives on moisture, right?
I guess you could say that it needs to be moisturized, yes.
Right. Yeah. So that means you don't have to wash your hair every day, right?
Correct. No, you don't.
Okay, so why is this dumbass trying to tell you that you have to wash your hair every day for whatever the fuck reason? Because, okay, he's not part of your race, obviously, because this dude's a white guy.
Mm-hmm.
And so as a person outside your race that has dated with interracial people with other races, I think you're your opinion should only be subjective of what you experience, right? So when you start classifying, American black women are this, and this, no, just the fucking woman you fucked with are this, and this. So maybe you need to figure out why the fuck you fucking with ain't shit women and trying to be on a different wave. You know what I mean? So that's what kind of triggers me, because I also have a black female, and that's what I'm more attracted to, a black female. So when I hear something like this is just kind of triggering, because it's not true in a sense, because you obviously are not listening to, as you should, be in an interracial relationship, another person's culture, and how they do with whatever.
I think John is being misheard. I think what John is saying is being misinterpreted, because I don't think that's necessarily how he worded it. But then again, there could be personal experiences in which he's seen, and it could be multiple. And, it is what it is. I could probably point to a couple of scenarios myself in which I've seen similar things. But again, like I say, it's I think the wording gets misconstrued as to what is being said, but I mean I can't really speak for him. I mean it has to be. I don't know.
Right. I mean, I saw your eyes during the video, bro, because you were saying some some fugazi shit.
No. I just love it when people speak their mind. Because the thing about it is, certain people are expected not to be able to say certain things, and this is what I love about the fact that people have to appreciate that. And this is what I love about the Den and the fact that we're in America, because, there's this idea, well, you can't say this because, as we saw with the last caller, Angela, that you can't say this because of this, and you can't say this because of this. I could have studied.
She was going off, bro.
I could have studied, a particular culture for 20 years, and I may have an in-depth knowledge and understanding of history, biology, culture, whatever you want to call it. And somebody can say, well, you can't, because they make an assumption on my lack of knowledge about this thing without really knowing who I am, how much I've paid attention to, or what I've done. And so that's kind of my thing. Like, I feel like everybody can talk about everything. And if you don't like what somebody is saying, then you're free to discuss and critique what they say. And that's what I think opens up conversations, and that's what opens up understanding. And I think that type of stuff is necessary. Instead of trying to silence somebody and say, you can't say this just because, you weren't born the same way I was. To me, that doesn't make sense. Like, I think everybody should be entitled. Like, how am I supposed to understand you if I'm not allowed to ask questions or say things or participate in the conversation? I'm just only supposed to be on the outside looking in. If you want to have more acceptance or tolerance or whatever it is, then you have to open up the discussion for everybody. And so when people take it in their own and just say the things that other people don't expect them to say, I love that shit. More than anything. It's a wonderful thing, because I expect everybody to do that. I expect everybody to be free with their words. Fuck if you offending somebody. Be who you are. That's what the Den is supposed to be. When you have those conversations that you have at your house that you might not have with other people in public, but that you have in the privacy of your own home, but feeling free to speak. That's what the Den is supposed to be. Having that free conversation. And so when people do that, I love it.
I feel you. So let me ask you this, bro. So, like, when you see Kim Kardashian, right, and she be doing something with the braids or whatever, or doing something like that, that's been, like, I guess, originated from black culture, and she's popularizing it, right? And when you see a black woman do it, they think it's ghetto. What do you think that is?
I don't even look at it like that. My thing is, I don't give a shit what Kim
Kardashian. I'm not
Kardashian.
saying like you, but like most people. Like,
Yeah, but like I said, I don't comprehend it, because here's my thing, right? And what somebody's going to say is there's cultures who have the straight hair. I look at it the same way. It's a double standard when you say, okay, well, she's culturally appropriating this style, but then you backdoor and you wear straight, more European type hair. Is that not culturally appropriating? And that's I look at it the same way. Some people are going to get mad about it. And if you wear weave, who gives a fuck about my opinion, right? Opinions are the cheapest commodities on earth. So you may not like my opinion, but it shouldn't change how you feel about anything. If you like wearing weaves and wigs, do that shit, wear that shit out, swap them out in the middle of the day, do whatever you fuck you want to do. But I'm just saying my personal opinion. It changes nothing for me. Again, we talk about tolerance, acceptance, and embracing certain things, but then as soon as somebody does it outside the group, you attack them. Where's the tolerance and acceptance? You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. Everybody's free to do shit. That's the beauty of it all. If you see something you like, you can partake in that shit. I've never seen nobody attack niggas for loving anime. Niggas love anime probably more than a little bit. But that's not black culture. The whole Boondocks is drawn after an anime style. The Afro Samurai, things of that nature are drawn after this whole anime style. Nobody said, "Oh, you guys are culturally appropriating this, that, and the third." You just enjoy it and you appreciate that shit. There's nothing wrong with appreciating something that another culture does. As long as you're not talking down on it, and I have no problem with the shit. That's just my thoughts.
I feel you, man. Oh, this is for like the comments in the bin, because I heard some people trying to question me on the geography of the East Coast. When I say the East Coast, I mean New York, I mean Boston, I mean Rhode Island, I mean New Jersey, all that strip of the 13 original colonies. I don't know where the fuck you learned in school that Florida was the South or was the East Coast. No, it's the Southeast, bitch. I mean, understand geography real quick. Understand that Florida was part of the Confederate States, just like Texas. I mean, it was part of the South. So I never heard anybody say Georgia is the East Coast. Hell,
hold on, man. What you talking about, man? Pimp C say, man, when you get off that plane in Georgia, what's the first thing you got to do, man? You got to set your watch to Eastern Standard Time, man. Pimp C said that, man. Say that's the East Coast. R.I.P. Pimp C, man.
But man, I really just be bullshitting with people most of the time.
That's all good.
But yeah, but opinions are opinions most of the time, really. All right, man, I appreciate it. That's all I really had to say.
All right. Well, that's a bet, man. Appreciate you calling in, Solis.
No problem, man.
All right. We fired up this evening. Look, I'm trying to look prepaid, Professor. I see y'all, but they got the line fired. I'm gonna get to y'all. I promise, babe. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den this evening? What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling in? Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Ah, yes.
Yeah. What's up?
How are you doing this evening, Miss Rashida?
Hey, this is an angry black woman on the phone.
No, you too late. We already had the angry black woman. You got to be number two. I've already been beat up verbally. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I can take another beat down. Let me make it. Now, what's on your mind, Miss Rashida?
Nothing much. I've just been listening to everybody, and I just think, that everybody just have different experiences. That's all. And it is what it is. You can't get jumped down on nobody because of the experience they had with this race or race. That's the experience. That's what they speaking on. So, but I mean, as far as the OK Cupid study and all that, fuck them, fuck all these people.
So you're not gonna be using OK Cupid? You're not gonna fool with it?
Nah. I would never anyway. And who gives a fuck about a bunch of undesirable people calling black women undesirable? Your ass undesirable. That's why you on the fucking app anyway, looking for somebody.
That's a very good point. Professor Trill says, what happened when he tried to pull up on you?
Huh?
Professor Trill said he tried to pull up on you. What happened with that?
Oh, yeah, I had my weave out. Shit, I couldn't fuck with it, you know what I'm saying? I had to get the weave out first, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But I got to speak on the weave thing right quick. Now, it's some nasty bitches out there, period. I don't want to say it no other way. That's exactly how I want to say it. They keep that shit in too long, and like John said, the shit do stink when they take it out because it shouldn't. Okay. The process is you get your hair washed, they braid your hair down. I'm talking about 4 hours of sew-in, though. They braid your hair down. They supposed to put like a stocking cap on it, and then they braid the hair onto the cap. You know what I mean? And you should keep that shit in, I would say, maybe 4 weeks at the most. But you got some of these that keep the shit in 6 months. And then when they take the shit out, it's like the shit done grew into the cap. You know what I mean? It's like, it's disgusting. There was a video on Facebook. The lady had left the shit in for about 6 months. You know what I mean? And the lady that was taking the weave out had to have gloves on because it was that fucking matted. Her hair was that matted and disgusting and dirty and filthy. You know what I mean? So, in some respects, people just just nasty. But all weaves is not like that. You know what I mean? If you do the proper maintenance, there's nothing wrong with a weave.
I don't know, man. Cause see, look, here's the deal. You know, I like to get rough. You know, I like to get a little aggressive sometimes. I might be trying to pull something. You know,
if they sew it in right, it's not going nowhere.
No, look, I might pull some scalp off it. You know, look, until I got that grip. I got that vice grip.
You're not gonna pull that shit off if it's done properly. It's not going nowhere.
Okay. I'll be careful. I don't even know because I don't know the differences. So I don't know if it's the kind I can pull on. I don't know if it's the kind I can't. So I just don't even fool with it. I almost got killed one time. I don't want no problems like that, you know, ever in my life again. So, you know,
And another thing is, men say one thing and they date another. They say they don't like the weeds and all that kind of shit. But then when you look at the women that's popular and popping and everything, they all got weeds in their hair. So what is either you just saying you like natural, or you really just saying it? You know what I mean?
See, my experience is this.
And, one thing I didn't agree with Ms. Lee on was the dark skin thing, because in our culture, the dark skinned women have a complex because they not chosen over the light skinned women, because they always complaining about it, being dark skinned. So we can't really sidestep that issue. Men dark skinned, all races are choosing the lighter skinned women over the dark skinned women.
Yeah.
That's always been the issue of colorism in the black community. I don't know why, you know, but it is what it is. But from what I see, a lot of the lighter skinned men prefer dark skinned women, and the darker skinned men prefer the lighter skinned women. That's what I observed. But you know, that's just my observation.
Yeah, I would say that too. I would agree with that.
So when you said that you prefer dark skinned women and you dark skinned, that kind of was like something different to me, because I was like, that's not normally the norm from what I've seen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I mean, I straight up heard people say that they don't want to get with other dark skinned people because they don't want their kids to be dark.
All dark skinned men I know, your color and everything, have lighter skinned women, including my brother. And I have a lighter skinned brother, and he prefers dark skinned women. And then he has a dark skinned friend, he has light skinned women. I mean, just then another dark skinned guy, he has women. I mean,
but Miss Rashida, I got a question though. Do you have a dark skinned friend look like Michael Jackson and a light skinned friend look like Michael Jackson?
No.
I'm talking shit, but no, but I agree though, because like I say, I've heard people literally say, niggas and females too, say that they don't want to get the dark skin, that don't want a chick that don't want a dark skinned man, or a dude that don't want a dark skin because they don't want to have dark skinned kids. This is within the black community. That's why I say, you know, we can't, like you said, we can't overlook these issues. This is a mentality that's pervasive. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's all I'm saying is like.
It also doesn't help when we let me see how I say this, single out black women as being undesirable, because they already have issues. Like, you know, with the DJ HIV situation, he was able to capitalize on their low self-esteem because of the way they felt about themselves.
Exactly.
They already feel, you know, they dark. A lot of them was dark skin. Let's be honest now. Yeah. They already have a certain feeling about themselves, and then to hear other people also saying, "Oh, you really are the lowest of the low, and you undesirable," and you know, that just adds fuel to what's already on fire. So,
and the easiest way to prove that there is a stigma with it, what's the first thing a black person tell another black person as an insult? Oh, with your black ass, or you black as this, or you black as that. And so again, so it's a thing. So to sit here and act like it's not, you know, it is what it is. But I think it requires a strong mentality, definitely a lot of understanding, and that's why I say, to me, it's just a different thing. But and
And then I want to get back to the hair issue right quick. Then we can get back to where you were going to go. Far as like the reason that the black women really don't wash their hair every day, it depends on the texture of their hair. Sometimes the texture of the hair gets very, very kinky, so it takes time in order to after you wash it, then you gotta straighten it and do all this other kind of stuff if you're not natural. You know what I mean? If you're natural, you can wash it, you can pretty much go. But if you like press your hair out, it's gonna take time. And like in the morning time, you trying to get ready, get the kids ready, you just don't have all that extra time and energy to be washing your hair every day and straightening your hair every day. Yeah. Nobody gonna do that. You're not gonna do all the work straightening your hair just to wash it the next day. No. So a lot of times you'll wash it on the weekend, like once a week, when you have time to, go through all the process and do everything you gotta do. So, but see, if you had a texture like the white people here, they can wash their hair in the shower and dry it off and be ready to go. So it's just a matter of hair texture, really. But that's all I want to say.
Like I say, man, the thing about it is, again, and what we all got to realize is that we all gonna have different opinions, and you should never let anybody else's opinion. If you have your own thoughts and ideas, yes, debate people's opinions. Don't let other people's opinions get you upset. I'm gonna have a preference. Other people gonna have a preference. These motherfuckers, I don't like dark ass niggas. That's fine. I don't care. Like, it is what it is. Okay, everything is not for everybody. Then I'm not meant for you. And let's keep it moving. So, and that's why I say, I know some people get upset about the hair thing, and everybody has their own personal preference about the hair and the Cartier. You been on that Baby Shark tough. My thing is, look, just like what people say, live your truth. You know what I'm saying? So, it is what it is. What are your thoughts on the on bigger long? Good night, Shonda. Bigger long. Yes.
You know what? I wanted to see the movie until I'm hearing all these bullshit about the slave master and the killing of a black man, and now I'm confused. I don't know what to do.
Yeah. I was say,
something they added into the movie.
Yeah, I think it's just, the story has to be. They have to create. There's a formula for Hollywood success, so they have to have that climax. They have to have that antagonist. They have to have all of these things. The story could have been smooth sailing in real life. She could have just been so cold with it. She never had a hiccup ever in her life. But Hollywood is going to tell you that. That there was just all of this turmoil. They're going to add some shit to it. Of course, they have to make it watchable. They have to tug at the heartstring.
I don't appreciate them doing that if it's not true, because this could have been some kind of great historic movie for black people. You know what I mean? For us to go see it and get behind. Because remember they were supposed to come out with the Harriet Tubman, and I ain't never seen that shit. What happened with that?
I don't know. I thought it was supposed to be a couple of years. I thought it was supposed to do like in 2020 or something like that. I thought it was supposed to be a few years before they did it.
I've been waiting on the Tubman. For y'all that don't know, they supposed to put Harriet Tubman on the 20th. We gonna call it the Tubman. Goddamn.
Yeah. The Harriet Tubman. I like that. That's cool. I like that. Okay.
That's what's up. You know what? At first, when I seen your title, I was like a little bit upset, but kind of settled down and really listened to everybody, and just got. I got a little more insight on things, and
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to work on. I'm trying to work on being less emotional and more logical.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that, and that's part of the thing is to.
Y'all men, fuck it. It's not easy. It's not easy speaking from a sense of logic rather than emotion. It's really something that you really, really have to practice almost. You really got the woo style. You know what I'm saying? You do.
I agree. I mean, when you're expected to be able, I think it's a learned behavior, as you get older. But now I think in this new generation, they these, I don't know what they call them. They making them more emotional. So there's a whole different thing. But that's kind of what y'all got to understand too is part of some of these titles and these things. I be trolling a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I do my own little trolling with some of these thumbnails and some of these titles. So y'all got to understand that I may be saying one thing on the visual, but there is always an underlying layer that the real point is always, and that's why I was fussing with Angela about either really reading the headline or listening to what I was saying, because at no point did I say that me personally I find black women undesirable, because that's not true. What I'm just saying is that, okay, this is what this study said. This is what I've heard black women say. This is part of the conversation I was having with my old lady and her thoughts on it. And so I'm just asking, is this true in a way? But you have to word it in a way that it's catchy, that it gets people's attention, that it stirs something up in people. Because if not, if it's just, I heard black women were undesirable, which I think, like, then you're like, nigga, what the fuck is this? You gotta generate some type of energy. You know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah, it's not just. I'm not just talking about the title. I'm just really speaking on my life. As a person, just trying to get better and speak more from a sense of logic than just my emotions. Because I find myself like really getting like going to pen too fast, and I need to take my time and talk so people can understand me. And not just think I'm some angry black woman all the time. Because I find if people will listen to you more when they feel like you speaking from a place of logic and not just your emotion. When they feel like you speaking from your emotion, they just pretty much tune you out.
Yes, I would.
But that's why I'm glad you had me on the line for a minute, because when I first called in, I was,
the shark was coming.
Yeah, I've been drinking my water, sipping on my cold water, mellowed out a little bit, so I'm able to have what I feel is a logical conversation with you.
I think it is. Like I said, I completely agree with what you're saying. I think you came with a good explanation. Just kind of pointed out about the weave. So I definitely believe that was a very logical conversation.
And no, I don't wear weave for that exact reason, because I don't want to have to go a whole month without washing my hair. Because you can't wash your hair because it's braided down under a cap, and then they throw it on top of it.
Yeah, that whole weave thing, I learned about that. The chick I was dating early in college, she. What's this? A whole new world. I learned so much shit because, like, none of the women in my family. Well, one, and it's funny. It's the darkest woman in my family. She wears weave, but none of the rest of the women in my family wear weave, and so I had no.
Huh? People not understand bundles can run you $300.
Man, look.
Or more. Sometimes where hair costs $1,000.
Man, look, I saw that shit on Good Hair where they was leasing the weave. They was putting on payments on. Look, Jack. Can't do it. People missing their rent payments to go get their hair done. That's wild.
No, that's stupid.
Yeah, that's tough.
The thing about you spending all this money on a expensive weave, and your man still on something to bitch down the street that got in a $20 weave. So men don't give a shit about that. You just trying to impress other females, because you damn sure ain't impressing no man, because he don't know if you got in. He don't know if you got in Remy, synthetic shit that'll light on fire. He don't give a shit. Only thing he care about what you got in your panties, and he hope it's a real vagina and not no ball.
Yeah, that's the only thing that count these days. That's what you need to be more worried about. If a man know all kind about your weave and all that shit, he might be your hairdresser, or you might have to answer some other questions. Because look, I don't care about no purses. I don't care who made your damn dress. I don't give a shit about none of that. But I'm trying to access what's underneath all of that. The rest of that shit is pointless to me. I don't give a shit about that shit. Like, look. That shit gonna be on the floor. Hopefully the weave ain't gonna be on the floor somewhere, but the rest of that shit gonna be on the floor somewhere. And all that shit is irrelevant. So if a man is worried about too much of those things, then you know, there may be some question. I don't know. I mean, I guess you got some real well-to-do people that want you represented when you with them a certain way. But as far as, for the most part, niggas just should not be caring about that shit. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You know. So.
And I want to thank John for those pistachios. I appreciate it. The reason that I don't pick on John is because even though some of the shit he say is hard to hear, he be on the money a lot of times. And also when he dropped that information talking about the 1C and 3B and all that kind of shit, I was like, for the people that don't know what he was talking about when he was doing that, that's the curl pattern of the hair. You know, we have different hair curl patterns. Like some of us natural people are 4C, and then you have 3B, 3AC. Don't ask me what each one look like, 'cause I don't know. You have to do your own research to know what kind of hair you have. So.
No. Well, I don't know what none of that.
When he was talking about the women be tapping on the head because the shit is, he ain't lying. You know that.
I've seen it. Oh, trust me, I have seen it live and direct. Let me find out John woke, man. He look. Nah, I ain't gonna put that on. I ain't gonna put that on John. But yeah, I definitely agree. John a cool cat, man.
And I like Solis too. Solis be coming with that shit. Solis, you be on the money too. I like it. I like your cars.
Yeah, I agree. I like Solis too.
I'm having this. I enjoyed your call too. You getting on Honcho ass. So.
Who? Angela. Man, don't encourage Angela. Don't encourage her. She
I have to encourage my fellow sister. I ain't gonna just leave her out in the world like that.
I don't know about all that, you know. No, player. But Angela, all right. She just, I don't know.
Angela, people want to say you hung up on me yesterday or the other day.
Oh, what?
You know what?
I did no such thing. I never hang up on anybody.
You were trying to get to the next call.
Nah, because that's what I said. I was talking to her. Oh, yeah, I remember. I was talking to you. They just hung up. I was like, oh, okay, well, she ain't want to talk to me no more. She shut me down. She was like, fuck Honcho and this call. I see how it is.
Hey, Miss Grace, I'm going to get off now, though. Hey, prepaid. Hey, Professor Trill. Did you finna call them?
Yes. I know Prepaid and Professor Trill both said they want to get in on the line. So definitely I'm going to get with them. I want to hear what they have to say.
Okay, well, you ain't had no more questions for me. I think I covered everything I wanted to cover.
Yeah, I don't have anything else to ask.
Okay.
Well, Miss Rashida, you know, as always, it is wonderful to hear from you, and I'm glad that you got to call in and express your logic this evening.
No problem. It's still a work in progress. I'm going to get there eventually.
Hey, we all are.
One day I'll be all the way right. But, it is what it is. And don't forget to give me my pistachio.
I'm on it right now. Look, I got you right now. Look
you forgot my pistachio from the other call where you cut me out too.
All right, I'll put them all in this pistachio payment right here. I got you. I'll do you a solid $3K. That'll work. Would that cover everything?
Oh yeah, shit, we Gucci.
Okay, all right, that'll work. That's what's up.
What I want to tell you about Gucci? I want to tell you about Gucci. I want to tell you he got a new line with Gucci coming out. It was out already. But we'll talk about that another time.
Okay.
Because people is calling him a coon because when he came out, Gucci didn't want him in their shit, but they thought he was trying to steal their name, and they sent him a letter telling him to stop using Gucci name. But yeah, we'll get on that another time. I'm gonna let you talk to who is it? Okay. But that was on my man. That's why I brought it up because I be forgetting stuff.
I'm gonna write that down so we can talk about that. I'm gonna put that on my notes right now.
All right.
Appreciate the call, Miss Rashida.
Okay, take care.
All right. Good evening.
Bye.
All right. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
It's about time.
How you doing, Miss Grace? How are you doing this evening? I know the line been long this evening. I've been entertaining some extended calls this evening. What's on your mind, Miss Grace?
Well, let me tell you. First of all, for Trill, candy corn, there's an art to eating it. Okay? You got to take that little long triangle and you have to bite off the tip of it, the little light part, and you got to make sure you clear it. Then you turn it around and you bite off the other side, and you got to make sure no white stuff is on the orange, and then you pop the third part in your mouth. Then you can enjoy it. Okay. Now that I got that off the way. So, Lise, I am not a bitch because I corrected you by telling you that New York John, being from New York, does not mean he's from New England like you thought. Our New England states only go as far down as Connecticut. I don't give a shit about back when to the 13 colonies and that bullshit. You were talking about where New York John was from now, today. And you seem like you're one of those young people that you hate to be wrong. Just accept it. You mean New York is not part of New England. The New England states are only Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire. That's it. Those 6 states tucked up in the corner. Now that I got that out the way, I don't think with the question, are black women undesirable? I don't think so much that we're undesirable as our attitudes. People don't like black women's attitudes. We're the best. Everyone wants us. A black girl magic, black love, black is beautiful. Look at our curves. We're queens. I have never referred to myself as a queen because in doing so, I would be implying that I want people to bow down and serve me, and I don't want that. Okay? Our attitudes, you mean, make us less desirable. We pop off and get angry really quickly, instead of being understanding. Men choose women not only by how she makes them look, how she makes them feel physically and on the social economic ladder, how she's going to take care of their children. Remember when I talked about that if we women want to be home, taking care of the children, taking care of the men, that doesn't at all make us weak. There are women, if I hear women complain about it, it's mostly the black women. They think it's an awful position. It means that we're weak, and we're not. It's a unique position. Speaking of Harriet Tubman, she was another spy. You mean that's what we do? We lay in the cut. We play our position. We do things from the background, and then we kick ass. That's what we do. We do it for our men. We do it for our families, and they're not to be sacrificed. If we don't take care of our men, somebody else is going to do it. If we don't take care and raise our children, society is going to do it, and I see that going on. Let me tell you a story. When I was with James, remember I told you I don't talk about the raggedy men that I've had because I've run into those also, but the couple of the wonderful men, like Ron and then James. I told you James was 15 years my senior. I was in my 20s. He was in his 40s. He came here from Akron, Ohio. He was a broken man. You know what I mean? He had gotten out of a marriage with a raggedy-ass bitch. And he had just left this woman. Goodyear had brought a whole slew of them here with this other girl. When I got with James, James would tell people she does not get mad without a good reason, but when she does, everybody looks for a hole to crawl into because I do have a bad temper. You know what I mean? And I don't like to pop off on people too easily or too fast. And so, Lisa, I'm sorry because I don't like going after people's kids because I don't do that. My mother didn't bring me up that way. My grandparents had 15 kids. My grandfather loved her so much he kept her pregnant. 15 kids. But she took care of every other kid in the neighborhood. My mother always took care of other kids in the neighborhood, even though she had 7 of us by herself. You mean my mother, when we grew up, my mother would say, Ben Zadif, Anya Fij. Anya Fij means, oh, my child, even when we're grown. She said, when you kids are out of my reach, I do what I do with other people's kids, because when you're away from me, I just ask God that if you ever need food, shelter, clothing, security, I just ask God that there be a woman out there, she never said a man, a woman out there that'll look out for my child and take care of my children the way I did others. So that's why I don't go after the kids on the den. I'm the oldest bitch in the den. I know somebody thought they were running me away, but bitch, I ain't going nowhere. I'm here to stay unless Honcho and Lady Honcho tell me to go. You know what I mean? I don't run away from things. I might step back. I might walk away. You know what I mean? Because I choose who I want around me, the people I want to associate with, the people that I want and the energy that I want surrounding me. We need to do a better job of not being or acting always like angry black women. When I was with James, I'm going to get back to James. When I was with James and he came and he worked for Goodyear, and I told you once I left that rotten man, Larry, I lived with a man from the age of 17 to 19. In my 20s, then it was James. And James was the other one. He made sure we were good. He fathered my children very well. He lived in his place. I lived in mine. We ran two households, and that was my choice. Do I seem like the type of woman that couldn't be married or couldn't settle down? It was my choice. I just wanted to be married, but I never found anyone that I wanted to spend the rest of my life with, and he understood that, and we made sure each other was taken care of. When he got with me, there was a girl in Ohio that he had, and she had, that he had left. She had a little girl, and I had found out he was paying her phone bill. And I said, I can't be with a man that's paying another woman's phone bill. So he was going to get the phone, as people would say, cut off. And I told him, James, don't get that phone turned off. You know what I mean? That woman has a little girl. It wasn't James's little girl, but nonetheless, she had a little girl. And I said, I would hate for that kid to get hit by a car or something and for her to run in and grab the telephone and the phone's off. So I said, what you do is you call the telephone company and you get rid of the long distance, because some bitches will be crazy and vicious. You know, if he says he's going to turn it off, now they're going to run up the phone bill. You know, I've seen too many women do that vicious shit. Okay? So I said, you just get it so she has the local calls, and that's it. And I said, you call her up and tell her what you did or what you were doing, and that way you give her 2 months to get herself together or find another man to pay her bill. James gave me a credit card, his American Express. I never would sit up there and overspend it. It would be some of my black women, my friends, that would say, why don't you buy this? Why don't you buy that? Run it up. I did not want to ever run up that man's credit card because I never wanted him to get a bill where he wasn't able to at least make the minimum payment, ruining his credit. You know what I mean? He still had children back in Ohio to take care of. You know what I mean? When I was going to school, James was another one that's instrumental in helping me finish school. And so when we were taking electives, I would pick some classes and say, okay, I'll get another certification here, I'll get a certification there. Let me get certified in travel and tourism. And I'd be sitting in those classes and listening to everybody talk about taking cruises and traveling and doing all of these other things, particularly cruises. So I came home and I ran into James and I told him, I said, you know, James, I said, they're talking about cruises. He said, baby, you want to go on a cruise? You can go on a cruise. I said, bet. I took the credit card. I went to the travel agent, which were my instructor. She owned a travel agency. And I said, I told James I wanted to take my daughter with me because I don't want to leave my girl behind. You know what I mean? She was 10, going on 11. Her birthday was coming up. I wanted to take her on the Disney cruise when they had the 3 big red boats, the Oceanic, the Majestic, and the, I forgot the Atlantic, the other one was. When I went there, people thought that I would run up that credit card. I could have easily got the biggest package, which would have put me in an outside cabin with a window, maybe a balcony. I did not. It was just me and my daughter, my first cruise. I did the inside cabin. I could have easily gotten the bigger package that I would have gotten a big luxurious car. Nope, I got the little compact car because it was only me and my daughter. I could have easily got the bigger package where I would have been on Disney property. Well, I had a car. I got the cheaper package, so I was 1 mile from the Epcot gate because I didn't want to run up his credit card. I didn't want to rip off that man. I didn't want to bring him down. Even though I was not passionately in love with this man, I did love him, and he passionately loved me back, but he wanted me to be able to live my young life. He didn't want to rip me off of my youngness because he knew I had to grow up fast, and he was lots of years older. You know what I mean? But it was women that thought that and black women, that I should run up that man's credit card, dog him out for what? We need to stop that angry, evil-ass bullshit. You know what I mean? Because, and popping off, as soon as someone's too tame or we're too nice, you know, they think that they can just pop up and say whatever they want to say. Like that bitch that cussed me out that day, the one with the poisonous nipples. Okay? So, Celise, you mean I let somebody get away with that one time, it won't fucking happen again. You mean, so I don't want anybody calling me a bitch. I am the elder of the den. That is my position here. Everybody has their position here. You mean, you make your way. Honcho doesn't. Honcho is the leader of it all. One's which is prepaid, is the leader of the pack. Rashida is the den darling. You know what I mean? Mrs. Bell, she's the voice of reason. You mean, we all have our roles here. You mean, Shannon's baby Shannon? I would never, if they get on here and call any of these kids on here or young people with my old ass, call them a bitch or anything like that there or disrespect them because they are somebody's child. Okay? So what I have to say here, I don't care if people don't agree with it. You mean, I'm telling you from an older person's perspective. You mean, and somebody from a different culture, because around here, when the men want to settle down and get married, they go right for the Yambal Portuguese. That means the white Portuguese, because they do make good wives. I told you the other day about my son. Yeah, my foster son there in California, his wife's from Mexico. I said I couldn't ask God for a better wife for my son. She's second to none. She never tires. You mean, I don't understand what women say. You mean, raising kids is hard. Being at home is hard. It is not. And then in the next breath, they say, if you find something you love, you'll never work a day in your life. Well, then if you love your children, then it shouldn't be hard. So I don't understand that. You mean, that is our job. That's the way God made it. You know what I mean? Never mind being evil and popping off and thinking that being at home and take care of man and children isn't a good thing. It makes us weak. You mean, if we're really queens, you'll never have to announce, I'm a queen, I'm a queen, I'm a queen, I'm a queen. You won't have to say it. You mean, somebody may come and treat you like a queen, like James treated me and Ron treated me like a queen. But I never uttered those words, and I never will. I'm a queen. You mean, I don't want anybody bowing down to me or doing anything like that. But that's pretty much all because I want prepaid and I want my trill to be able to call in.
Okay. Well, Ms. Grace, as always, I appreciate you coming. Oh, what? I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I'm gonna. I'm trying to stay calm. Hey, listen, and also I sent you a text to see if you would get something that I said a couple of days ago.
Okay, let me check here. You sent it to this Denline number?
Yeah, no, PayPal.
Oh, okay. I'll have to check and see.
Okay, so just check. I don't know, because with my son, when I send things, they get like a notification.
Okay, let me see.
Like that, But okay, I'm gonna get off this phone now because I waited long enough. I am too tired. I was done with you hanging on this phone because I am not a hang-on kind of girl. No, I'm not.
Well, I appreciate that you did, and it was good to hear from you, Ms. Grace.
Okay, yep, bye-bye.
Shout out to Ms. Grace. All right. Let's get this party started. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got on the line, man?
You owe me some fucking minutes. You want to send them to me? I don't know how you gonna get them to me. I need a damn calling card or something.
I'm gonna have to use what's that shit? That's the website. Call Bart, something like that. They got the minutes for the low. I got you.
Yeah, man, nigga, take care of me. I done sent you on reparation money. Look out for your boy. Well, unlike Miss Angela, I knew what you were referring to as far as are black women desirable. You're referring to the data from a dating app. So I was on the same page with you on that. Everyone, let's stick to the topic. Let's leave the emotions out and stick to the topic. So I was going to say, I don't have any comment on it because I've never been on a dating app.
Yeah.
I don't know because I've never been on there. Shit, if I was doing that bad, I would just hit, Backpage and bought me some pussy. Because that dating app shit just seemed like a waste of time. All my partners would be on there, all say that shit a waste of time. So I'm guessing, like Rashida said, it's most unattractive motherfuckers deciding who is attractive. So it's a no-go for me. As long as I got a cell phone, if I got a wife, but if I didn't, I better give me some pussy as long as I got a cell phone. I ain't got to get on no apps.
Right.
That don't make no sense. So that was, I was staying completely out of it. Listen, y'all, because y'all do this shit to me. Just because you don't like what John from New York is saying, don't mean you gotta misquote him. Y'all up here lying on this. That man ain't say that shit. Stop lying on that man. He's a person of conviction. If he say something, he stand by it. If he didn't say it, stop saying he said something. Say what that man said, not what you wanted him to say. It's not hard to quote somebody. And when John started mentioning out the 4C and 3C, bro, once he started mentioning the hair, y'all lost all credibility. Y'all lost all. This nigga knows the fuck he talking about. Y'all need to go ahead and let that shit die. So y'all go ahead and kill that shit. That shit ain't about nothing. Now, my phone call don't have nothing to do with our Black Woman Desirable because, as you know, I married a black woman, so black women are very desirable to me. But to the black women who are getting offended, let me say this on behalf of all men, since I can speak for men. If you are a bad bitch, it don't matter what color you are. Nigga gonna appreciate you regardless of the fact. That applies to black women, white women, Asian women, whatever the case may be. The fact of the matter is, even women appreciate bad bitches. So, I mean, if she look good, she look good. That don't matter what the color of her skin is. So we can go ahead and I can nip that in the bud right now. I was calling because I want to talk about Bigger Long in this Harry Tubman movie.
Yeah, man. That. I mean, couldn't they have done at least made some effort to come up with a decent name?
No, I love it. You know the reason why I love it? Because I told you this shit was coming when they started screening niggas to be the next Magneto and screening niggas for being James Bond and screening niggas for movies that we have no business being in. Little Mermaid's black. I told you this was coming, Honcho. I told you this was coming. Yeah. And you know niggas were saying, representation matters. Okay, well, you got it now. Oh, you got it now. Oh, you definitely got it now. And niggas was so excited. We're going to have a black Magneto. So we're going to have a black Eric Magnus Leshner, a white person who's a survivor of Holocaust. This who the fuck is going to be black? Yeah. Okay, cool. So you know what they said? We got something for you, black ass then. We gonna flip everything that y'all niggas probably something on Harry Tubman. We gonna flip it on y'all motherfucking ass. And all you woke niggas, y'all deserve it. So I don't see why y'all gonna get mad about it. This y'all fault. The wokey, this y'all fault. You can't blame nobody but yourself. Right. A black 007? A black 007, really? That's what you came up with? A motherfucker who ain't even American. Y'all gonna put a nigga in there now? Come on, man. It's ridiculous. A black Little Mermaid, a pale ass bitch with clams on her titties with red hair. Y'all gonna turn her black? Okay, cool. Got something for your ass. And Miss Sean made a great point about the Nigerian chick who's playing the black woman who's playing Harry Tubman. She's made a lot of comments about black Americans not having culture, not seizing opportunity. The funny part is she didn't say nothing that was untrue. But the reason why she has this platform is hilarious because a lot of people are outraged that she played Harry Tubman. These same people don't have any problem with Idris Elba playing every fucking role in every black movie. Right. We got all these black ass actors, all these black ass American actors from America, and y'all let Idris Elba playing everything, and y'all call nigga the sexiest man alive. This black ass nigga from London. You can't pick and choose. You can't pick and choose when to be outraged. This is why black outrage holds no weight, especially in Hollywood, because y'all hate the black chick from Nigeria who playing Harry Tubman, but ain't had no problem with Idris Elba having 35 movies in a fucking year come out. They're the same fucking people. I know black women who told me they ain't even know Idris Elba didn't talk like regular Americans. He's like a fucking Londoner. Y'all ain't have me, and y'all England nigga, a tea and crumpet ass motherfucker. But y'all had no problem with that shit. But now y'all upset about the black chick. No, we're not gonna do that. And Miss Sean made a point about she was upset because the movie is not realistic and they need to tell the truth. And white people are afraid of it. No, white people aren't afraid of slavery. You niggas are afraid of slavery. Because as long as they made that movie about y'all getting kidnapped and they brought y'all on Amistad and y'all was crying, oh, take us back, Lord, I'd just rather die. Ain't nobody came and kidnapped y'all black ass. We was all kings and queens in Africa. No, the fuck we was not. We were slaves. Yes, slaves. And we got sold by our own people. Black people won't even accept what really happened in slavery. But then y'all want to blame it on white people not wanting to accept it? Come on, man, stop that shit. I mentioned Pan American slave trade, and all y'all get angry. Black people, you sold your own people. So yes, they're going to create movies and make superheroes and bigger long. The bigger long people gonna continue to keep coming, y'all. Because if y'all ain't gonna tell the real story of slavery, don't expect the white folks to do it. Ain't no money in that shit. Ain't no scientific way the pyramids got built, y'all. Oh, we don't know if they got built bottom up or top down. You want to know how it got built? Slaves. That's how the pyramids got built, y'all. They had enough slaves to fill the sky, literally. That's what happened. We ain't all come from kings and queens. We wasn't all dripping in diamonds and shit. No, we wasn't. We came from slavery. That's what happened. We came from being slaves. That's what happened. This the truth. If I tell y'all to go jump into some shit called hidden colors, most of y'all will be, this can't be real. Oh, it's real. It's real. And for all you who keep yelling about, 13 colonies and y'all, or who, Solus, whatever your name is, since y'all keep yelling about all that shit, tell me a little bit about the wealth and difference over there, the wage gap, wealth gap in the 13 colonies. Tell me about it. Tell me how the black people who up there, the Kamala Harris daddy and all those other people, the grandparents, how they got their money. Tell me. The 13 colony rich people, black people from up there, tell me how they got their wealth. I know how they got their wealth. You know how they got their wealth. Them motherfuckers owned and sold slaves. So until y'all gonna come out here and talk about what really happened, bro, don't expect Harriet Tubman to be illustrated in some real form or fashion. No. I'm glad they threw in this bogus Catch a Freeman bounty hunter and that shit. I love it. I love it. I took my kids to see that shit and I bust out laughing because the shit is hilarious. I love it. I'm in the movie just tickled down. They don't know why I'm laughing because I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. It had to have that twist. See, all the time as a kid, Honcho, they used to tell us all the time, be careful what you ask for. Because you just might get it. See, we need a Harriet Tubman, bro, to let them know how we coming, man. Harriet was a motherfucking warrior. Okay, so what was Big or Long? Y'all wasn't ready for Big or Long, was you? Okay, all right, okay. Go ahead, get your Black Magneto. Get your Black Magneto. Get your Black 007. Go ahead. Big or Long, we on y'all ass. And I got a better one for you. There's gonna be quite a few Harriet Tubman movies too. Yeah. This ain't the only one. You better prepare yourself. Shit. There's gonna be Harriet Tubman creates the railroad. She's gonna be out there building the railroad. And Big or Long gonna pop up and be driving that motherfucker. I'm telling you. She's gonna be driving the fucking train, bro. I'm telling you, man, you gotta be careful what you ask for, man. Y'all talking about they need to tell the true story about, tell the true story of slavery. Shit, y'all tell y'all kids that same bullshit ass Thanksgiving story. The Indians and the cowboys, they met each other and they shared each other. They shared their plant and they planted the corn and the corn grew and they had Thanksgiving because the Mayflower brought them over. Until y'all can tell y'all kids what really happened, that they went out here and murdered these people and call people, how the fuck is you gonna be Indians? You ain't from India. Y'all won't even tell y'all kids what's really going on in the world. So don't expect no real movie to come out about slavery. Because every time they get y'all a movie, y'all lie and then they accept the shit. Patsy in 12 Years a Slave. They done gave this nappy-headed black woman, what is it, an Oscar? For picking cotton fast. She said two things. I need to clean myself with some soap. And y'all praise that shit. We done had all these great actors, all these great roles in movies, all these great black films. Y'all ain't fought for none of them people. Y'all let Patsy, a.k.a. Lupita, get the fucking award for 12 Years a Slave. The main nigga in the 12 Years a Slave ain't win shit. But y'all let Lupita win the award. Get the fuck out of my face. Anything that happened in Hollywood, you niggas deserve every last bit of it. Denzel can't win shit for Training Day, but y'all let Lupita pick 32 bales of hay and some cotton, and then y'all went and gave her an award for it. The most insignificant role getting all this praise for, because she's dark-skinned. She looks good, dude. Her skin was glowing, yes. Y'all deserve all that shit. I hope Hollywood keep fucking up all these movies for all y'all. I hope they ruin all these movies. I hope when they make the George Carver movie, the George whatever, when they make the Frederick Douglass movie, I hope they come out and find out that his wife was white and he got a whole bunch of white kids. And Big or Long was really the daddy anyway. It wasn't even his kid. That's what I hope happened in everything. Because y'all deserve it. Y'all deserve it. Y'all really deserve it. Because y'all want... I heard they casting a nigga to be in Batman.
No. Stop it.
Yes.
Stop.
And the crazy part is, I can't think of the nigga's name. He's not even that good of an actor. He's a light-skinned dude with a fucked up hairline. I can't think of his name right now. But he's played in quite a few movies. But it blows my mind... How on God's green earth is Batman gonna be black?
Well, that can't
Even
work.
with the idea of Gotham, we would have never have sustained that type of wealth.
Yeah,
this is what shit makes me angry.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Man,
But niggas, but niggas yell representation matters. So for every time that y'all demand that all these white movies are turned into black characters, now you getting the inverse of it. Now you getting the inverse of it. Y'all did all that screaming and yelling. I'm talking about niggas. So man, this shit fired up, man. We finna have a black Magneto. So we got a black Holocaust survivor. This what the nigga who survived the gas chamber. This who we got. Come on, man, get the fuck out of my face. They just gave y'all a black Captain America. Now I don't know how the fuck this works.
Niggas don't even like America.
Niggas don't like, but love Captain. They let Papa Doc. They let y'all turn Papa Doc from 313 to motherfucking Captain America, and now y'all want to sit around and complain about Harriet Tubman. I love it. I wouldn't have it no other way. No other way. I'm done on that part of it. Rashida told y'all need to know about weave. And, you know, people not taking care of their hair, so that's not here nor there. Because Rashida told y'all, all y'all need to know about that. John ain't told none of y'all that you can't wash your hair every day. I said, I wash my hair every day. That's my hair. You do the fuck you want to with your hair. John ain't say that shit. So y'all need to get off of that shit. What else? What else need to hit on? I had something else, but I forgot because I was on hold for so long. That shit kind of got me.
Are you familiar with David Stewart? I mentioned him earlier on in the thing because, like I said, I want to start. You know, because we talk about this generational wealth, and you know what? I'm going to start doing something different. I was on Twitter and I was watching these two people argue. It's a dude who basically came up from nothing. Now he's a millionaire doing real estate. And some well-educated chick come on there arguing with him about she's taking African-American studies and all this stuff. And she's arguing with him why black people can't make money and we won't ever close the wealth gap and all this stuff. He's talking about, man, you talking to somebody who came from nothing. Anyway, she argued him why I can't work, why we'll never be as rich as white people, all this other stuff. And then she complains, and then ends up telling this man, well, he's like, well, you know what? He says, well, all you broke people, you know, keep studying and enjoy being broke. So she complains, well, I'm not broke. I never have been. So I don't understand why, one, she started complaining. If you are going against what you're arguing, you know, that's a whole other thing. But I want to start pointing out successful black people. But David Stewart, guy came up in Jim Crow, Missouri, black billionaire. I think he's number... What is it? I think is it 2,000 or 200? However many billionaires it is. He's like number, I want to say like 74 or he's either 74 or 174, somewhere way up there. What do you think about that? Because I thought, you know, black people can't get money in America, especially coming from nothing, especially coming from poverty.
Well, I'm very familiar with him, and let me explain to y'all the chick. Let me tell y'all who the chick is on Twitter. She is the quintessential definition of the liberal. She's here to tell black people how bad black people got it, even though she may not have been black, or she may have been black and never struggled, but she has to tell black people that black people cannot be successful because we're black. In black America, with black streets on the ground, and we wear black clothes with black shoes. Now, if y'all understand that I keep saying black because that's the only common denominator of all this shit. Because when you mention a guy like Byron Allen, who bought the Weather Channel for $300 million, a guy from Detroit, Michigan, these are anomalies. That's not real life. But instead, they're gonna tell you about how unfair it is. See, it's a repeating cycle of them telling you how this whole thing works, how wealth works, how generational wealth works, how this Jim Crow and all this shit they're gonna keep telling you the same thing over and over and over and over, perpetuating this shit till you start to believe it. And as long as you sit back and complain and tell a person about how you can get this money, that's how you're gonna manifest it. Byron Allen gave an interview and broke down how exactly he was able to purchase the Weather Channel on Breakfast Club, hour and 30 minutes long. The wild part is, if Byron Allen walked into 95% of schools, people wouldn't even know who the fuck, the kids at school wouldn't even know who the fuck he is. But if NBA Youngboy walked in there, see the difference? See the difference? Here's the thing, Honcho. If we sit back and we talk about those who've created generational wealth, those who come from the Jim Crow era, majority of people don't even understand the idea of Jim Crow. They don't even get it. They don't even understand Jim Crow. If you start talking about these people, your views are going to go down dramatically. You want to know why? There is no talk of oppression in any of this. There's no talk of big bad white man with his foot on your neck. There's no talk of this idea that black people can't. Because when these people tell their story, they talk about prosperity. They talk about the fact that you're going to get knocked down, you got to get back up and keep fighting. They don't want no parts of that, man. No one really wants to know the story of Jay-Z. Like, no one wants to know the fact that Jay-Z and Dame Dash broke up because Dame Dash wouldn't give him the royalties to Reasonable Doubt, his first album. Nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody wants to talk about the fact that Jay-Z had Rockaware and he literally had to lose his best friend because he wouldn't give the rights to something he created, a clothing brand he created. Like, come on, man. Nobody want to talk about that. Let's continue to talk about how Jeff Bezos makes $7 million in a day and how Jeff Bezos should be paying for Medicare for all. That's what we should talk about. Yeah. There's no value in that, man. When you read about these people, there's no value. Do you know it's the reason why we don't know about these people? Think about it, Honcho. Do you think it's the reason why I didn't know about Robert Smith? Think about it. It's a reason. Because if we tell black people that their success is unattainable, we'll start to believe it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kanye West said it best. If I mention slavery, everybody get up in arms. Everybody got the hair on the back of their neck stand up. But if I ask y'all how Magic Johnson made $800 million, can't none of y'all tell me.
Exactly.
Think about that. You can fight it all you want to, but it's kind of crazy how everybody got a story about slavery, but can't nobody tell how Magic Johnson made $800 million. This is after he was diagnosed with the worst disease a man could be diagnosed with.
Straight up.
Nigga ain't made $800 million playing basketball in the '80s, bro, for the Lakers. I promise you. Just saying. If you want to create an avenue for us to talk about prosperity and black people being successful in entrepreneurship, I'm here for it. But I'm gonna be real with you. It might be just 5 of us because nobody want to talk about that shit. Nobody want to talk about that shit.
Yeah.
Don't nobody want to talk about that shit, bro. I don't like anything about Tyler Perry, how he portrays black people, especially black men. I hate it. I don't look. Diary of a Mad Black Woman, throwing grits on each other. Now, listen, we better than that. We bring more to the table than beat up on our wives and cheat on our wives. But what Tyler Perry created them studios, we can talk about that.
Oh, yeah.
That nigga got all my respect.
Oh yeah. I think they filming Coming to America 2 at the studio.
You feel me? And Bad Boys 3. He got all my respect. When it comes to that side of it, you see what I'm saying? Now, by me telling you I don't respect the movies he put out, but I respect the grind and the you know what I'm saying, investment he made into himself, that's how it's supposed to be. We as people should be able to say, you know what, I don't fuck with you on that end, but what you did with this, I can respect that. If everybody had that same mindset, we wouldn't be where we are as a people in this country.
Exactly.
So like I said, it is what it is, Honcho. If you want to get to a point to where we start pointing this out and talk about these type of people, I'm cool with that. I'm just gonna be real with you. I think it's pretty much a waste of time. That's just me being a realist.
Yeah.
We can try it. Yeah. I'm here for it, but
I mean, maybe drip a little bit enough of it, you know, it might soak in. It might be if one person benefit from it, maybe it do something. We'll see. We'll see.
That's the goal. And like when Byron Allen was talking about when he was given the blueprint of how he got the money and how, you know what I'm saying, he was like, bro, I'm literally selling like spray on wigs. That's what that was my job. There was no job beneath him. He was talking about how he was calling. He was making, you know what I'm saying, literally 5,000 phone calls a day, and every company was telling him no, and he just kept saying, I'm gonna keep going, I'm gonna keep going, I'm gonna keep going. Bro, he told a story about how his mortgage in foreclosure over 14 times. He was literally floating his mortgage, Honcho. He was paying that shit every 89th day. Because on the 90th day, they was coming to pee him out of his house. Yeah. Oh, every 89th day, he would pay his mortgage. That's a grind right there. That's a person who's willing to sacrifice. He was paying cameramen and paying for studio time instead of paying his own mortgage. Risking it all because he believed in what he believed in. See, that's that grind. Yeah. We won't have that no more. People don't have that no more. We too busy crying about how much money Jeff Bezos got.
Yeah, I gotta check that out. I gotta catch that interview then.
Oh yeah, you gonna see it, man. But the crazy part about it was he said that when the dude put the bug in his ear about buying the Weather Channel for $300 million, it took over. It took over. He said everything about him. It ate at him. He knew what he wanted to do because it was it. Like this was it. And he didn't buy the Weather Channel. You know what I'm saying? In 2019, when niggas got all the rights and we do the fuck we want to. This was back in the 90s. This is back in the 90s where they'll smear your shit real fast and lie about the shit you did, create a fake record or some bullshit. They couldn't do nothing with him, bro. They couldn't do nothing with him. Because when you got your shit lined up and your money right, everybody speak the same language. When your money is right, no matter what color your skin is, bro, everybody's on the same playing field. That's the wild part. That's it for me, man. Let Trill call in because he's going to bring that heat. So I'm ready for it.
I already prepaid, man. Appreciate you calling in, man.
No problem, man. Be blessed.
All right, you too. Look, only you just got to, look, you send me a sample of the ball, so I will give a testimony about the ball, so, and then we will go into business, you know what I'm saying? I just want a small cut, you know. I'm the organizer. Trill, where you at, man? Look, hold on. Look. We gonna wrap it up with Trill. I said we was gonna extend the den. We have definitely extended the den this evening. The fuck? I have to check the dilly dally. Oh, and then I think we might have 2 calls because I see somebody else is trying to get in too. So we may double it up. Let me see if Trill already in the system. I gotta dial it up. See, y'all making me do work. Because it's definitely another call that I have to hear this evening. Let me see. What the fuck is number at? All right, here we go. Let's see. I should really have this number memorized by now. I'm a terrible person. Well, what the fuck? Hold on, let me reboot. Let me see what's going on with the line. It looks like it's going straight to the dilly dally. You may ask, what the fuck is a dilly dally? Well, a dilly dally can be many things. A dilly dally can be anything that you want it to be. I forgot to. Oh, that's what we do. Dilly dally can be good. It can be bad. It can be happy. It can be sad. I'm not Dr. Seuss. Give me a sec. Let's try this again. For whatever reason, it was giving me some issues. What the fuck? Let's see this. Let's try this. This shit's cutting off immediately. Alright. We're gonna bring it all back. So anyway, in the meantime, but yeah, and I agree though. But that's the thing, you know, once you start giving those examples of people who have done it, who have been successful, then you start taking my options for those excuses, man. And that's my whole thing. Look, I'm well aware of the traumas, the issues, the things that have historically, keyword historically, caused problems for Black Americans. But there are so many stories. Now, they may not be mainstream. It may not be on a rap album. It may not be in the movie theater. But there are so many stories. Again, because if they start making these stories, because, you know, here's the thing with Black folks. And again, it may make you upset, but you cannot say this is false. Well, you can say it, but you won't be right. Is that it takes, I guess, a movie to inspire, or it takes some type of entertainment to inspire masses of Black people to do shit. And so if they made a movie about these guys, if they made a movie about, what the hell video you talking about, Shannon? I don't know what you're talking about. If you made a movie about these people, and the niggas might start reacting and doing shit. But then again, those stories might not be interesting because it may not have drugs. It may not have. Why the fuck is this shit cutting out fucking immediately as soon as? Let me see something. Let me see if this changes. That shit is cutting. That's like ring for half a second if I can cut off. Let me try something here. Try another method. For some reason, it is acting crazy, and that's the thing. Like, like I get it. About, there's been this, there's been that, there's been problems, there's been reasons, but I don't give a fuck about that shit. Like, that's the whole thing that makes it beautiful. Is like, fuck that shit. Overcome the fucking odds and have a fucking great story to tell. I don't want to sit here focusing on all the reasons why you can't. All right, here we go. Fine. I don't know what the fuck was going on there. That shit would not call for whatever reason. All right.
Man,
what's the motherfucking deal? What's on your mind there, Professor Trio?
First of all, I'd like to correct prepaid.
Okay.
Papa Doc was not from the 313. Remember, Clarence stays at home with both parents?
Okay, yes.
Yeah. So, no, he was not from the 313, so sorry about that. Number 2, John. Goddamn, dude. 2 thumbs up.
What? Okay.
0 complaints. Miss Rashida. 2 thumbs up. I was not expecting that. I was expecting you to supply me with some more ammunition, but you actually spoke logically, clearly, and made perfect sense. I got no gripe. Deal number 3. Angela was right.
What?
Yes.
Okay, well, Angela was right, but Miss Meat was wrong.
No, Miss Meat was correct, too. It's one and the same.
Nah,
now, y'all know, every time I call, I throw a curveball, and y'all all react the same way, and then I make that shit make sense.
I'm waiting for this one.
So here we go. Oh, you always are. She is correct. Black women have been mistreated. That is absolutely true. We all know it.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing, Miss Angela. Black women ain't as desired. Y'all not. And I'm going to explain to you why. It's now of y'all own doing. Y'all are y'all worst enemy and don't even realize it. And that's the sad part. She is correct that black women were heavily desirable. So I just want you to think about it. There wasn't many women on this planet shaped like a black woman was at some point in time. But now that time has passed and workouts are being more effective where you could target certain areas, the rest of the women have started to catch up. How many times you look at a big white ass nowadays? These white women, they working their ass off, wearing the fuck out them yoga pants, and they looking good. The ass is right. See, what done happened, ladies, black ladies in particular, the rest of the women done caught up to y'all. So what did y'all do to try to separate yourself from them once again? Y'all turned to fake shit. You got fake hair, fake nails, fake breasts, and fake asses. Y'all used to have the most voluptuous shape of all women on the planet. Maybe, right along with the Hispanic women, because they got it too. But now y'all resort to fakery. When these other women is out here actually doing the work and putting their bodies together. And y'all still want to be valued the same. Niggas only value real shit. People only value real shit. Y'all turning y'allself into cubic zirconia when you was already a diamond. All you had to do was polish yourself up a bit. So No, at one point in time, y'all were. Y'all were sought after. But slowly but surely, y'all not, and y'all did it to yourself. A lot of y'all got this thing where y'all got this attitude, like Miss Grace said. Niggas have been telling you forever, y'all need to stop doing this, don't do that, niggas don't like this. What y'all say? Oh, you don't know nothing. What the fuck you know? I do what the fuck I want to do. But then get mad when your ass getting older and they ain't got nobody. Because niggas is telling you what they looking for in women and y'all don't want to listen. Now, I want y'all to peep game real quick. Me, Honcho, Prepaid, and John from New York. Every day on this channel, every time I call in, we go at it. Back and forth. We go at each other's throat. We argue with each other all day long over politics. But have you ever heard us once disagree on women?
That's a very
Not
good point.
once. All of us from different backgrounds don't agree on nothing else, but we run into the same experiences when it comes to women, particularly black women. So y'all thinking, well, that's just a small percent. No. We sitting up here and literally telling you the problems that y'all have and how it's going to cost you, and y'all just refuse to listen. You don't try to listen until it's too late, until you finally decide to open your eyes and see it, what we've been telling you all along. Who do you think could tell you more accurately what men want besides a man? Now, Angela, I have to disagree with you on that one point. I can talk about black women because I've lived around them, dated them, sex with them. That's all I know. So, of course, I can speak on black women. I see firsthand what's happening, why they are the way they are, and why they stay the way they are. They don't realize until it's too late. When you try to warn them, they tell you you don't know nothing. How you gonna talk to me about relationships when you're not in one? Well, I'm not in one because I choose not to be in one. Because I know what kind of relationship I want, and I haven't found somebody that wants the same. You don't know what kind of relationship you want because you don't know what kind of nigga you want, and the niggas that you think you want, you don't know how to treat and handle. You want him to be able to handle you when he don't want to do that. And we tell you that shit all the time. I shouldn't have to handle you. Oh, you can't handle a strong black woman. What the fuck makes you strong? Y'all use that word way too much, and you don't know the definition of it. Oh, well, I did this, and this. That don't make you strong. That makes you ambitious. That's not the same thing. People really need to read a dictionary every now and then because they don't understand the definitions of these words they use. They really don't. And the queen shit, I'm going to touch on that. You name one point in history where there was a queen without a king. If you want to say Elizabeth, her husband died. That's how she got to be a queen. You can't be a queen without a king being made first. So how the hell you single and you a queen? It don't work. Never has worked since the beginning of man. Shannon said something earlier about men want women just to be submissive and obey. Some men, yeah, Shannon, I'll be honest. Yeah, some of them do. But you know what we really, I'm not going to say, you know what we really don't want? We don't want a woman that's going to make things harder on us than it already is.
Correct.
If I'm having an issue with somebody and my woman is there with me, I don't need her chirping in the background, escalating shit. I need her just to straight up watch my back. She ain't got shit to do with it because guess what? When it comes down to something getting physical or something happening, what the fuck are you going to do? You putting all the onus on me. I don't need somebody that's going to make my life and job harder. I don't need that. I don't need somebody that's going to further complicate situations. I don't need that. I need somebody that's going to have a solution or at least watch out for me when I need it. That's it. So when we say play your position, that's what the fuck it means. If you're on the offensive line, you block. You're not out there trying to catch passes. What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, and Miss Rashida, I will have to disagree with you on one point. When you did take a little jab at men, I'm gonna tell you something. Men are not undesirable. We not, cause I don't give a shit what you say. If Flavor Flav out here fucking,
Damn.
how you gonna defend that? If Welvin out here getting hoes,
who ain't got no
I'm
business?
just saying though. I'm just saying. And you have never ever heard a guy write a blog or a column about where the good women at. You've never heard that. The only people complaining about it is women. When the answers have been told to you from generation to generation, men been telling y'all the same thing for years. Don't want to hear. You want to hear what you want to hear. And as far as y'all saying, well, you know, men be putting us down and shit. Look here, can't nobody fix your self-esteem but you. There ain't nothing another motherfucker can tell you that's gonna make your self-esteem go up. It's about how you feel about your goddamn self.
Absolutely.
So I don't know where y'all think self-esteem comes from. I really don't. And to touch on another thing Prepay said, the movie shit, I think it's down to the way society is now. They rather create a new and unique story instead of telling the truth.
Is that because people don't want to hear the truth?
That's just where we at. Oh, people don't care. All they want to do is be entertained. They don't give a shit if it's true or not. That's it. And Honcho, I need to rap with you for a second, sir.
Nah, let's talk about it.
I remember not too long ago we were having a discussion, and you made it known your opinion on men asking women about their body count.
Yes.
Could you please refamiliarize me with your opinion on men asking women their body count?
I believe that I did say that I had no issue with it. I'm trying to remember if there's
no, that's not what you said.
What did I say? I'm trying to remember if I had a specific thing that I may have said.
You said that was weak for a man to ask a woman her body count because she was gonna lie about it anyway.
Did I say? I don't know if I said that because I was arguing with Miss Meat. Miss Meat was saying lie about it. I was like, no, you better tell the truth about it because that's when me and Miss Meat had a long argument about that because he was talking about women lie. I was like, okay, you lie, you're gonna regret it because you're gonna run into somebody that you fuck with or something like that. So I was telling you better not lie, but be honest with it. Miss Meat was telling people to lie about the body count.
No, I was talking about the premise on a guy asking a female, in period.
I don't know. I gotta go back and double check that. Are you sure about it? I don't know about that because I said I figured that they probably would, but I don't think I had an issue with a man asking them. Because I mean, shit, why not? Why would you? What's wrong with asking?
Oh no, nothing wrong with asking. I had a.
Because I think I don't have no issue. Like I said, because I mean, my thing, I think if I said anything is, that she probably wouldn't be honest, or you got to be able to, handle whatever you hear. Because my thing is, anything that you got going on, I feel like, should be equally represented by the female. So if she got some shit going on, you may not like, you may not hear, it may be displeasurable to you. But I don't think I had an issue. Like, I'm gonna have to go back and check it. Maybe I did say something, but I don't think I did.
Okay, well, for those of you that do, since I guess I have to let Honcho off the hook so you don't remember shit, he got amnesia all of a sudden. But anyway,
yeah, I gotta go back and check that out.
there is a difference. Let's just say, and let's just gonna use this number: a woman has 3,000 sexual encounters. There needs to be noted that there's a difference between a woman having sex with 3,000 guys once and a woman having sex with 3 guys 1,000 different times. Now, it equals to the same number, but the number of men definitely matters. Because what that shows is, more than likely, she was in relationships with those guys in some manner. And it was just 3 of them. Whether they at the same time or not, who knows? But this is just speaking hypothetically. But the ones that slept with 3,000 guys once, those are one-night stands. So basically what happens with her, with all the different one-night stands, she gets the innocence fucked out of her. Because at that point, she's not fucking for feelings. She's just fucking just for pleasure. So, the old phrase, you can't turn a hoe into a housewife. Having that many bodies, you definitely a hoe. Most definitely. So, and the reason why you can't turn a hoe into a housewife, because it is. If she chose to do that, then that's what she is. That's in her, to be that promiscuous. She cannot. And yes, I'm saying all. She cannot just shut that shit down and just be a one-woman man. I mean, yeah, you know what I mean. She still got that in her, so she gonna always have those tendencies. That's why men don't marry loose women. That's why dudes always tell y'all need to watch that shit or slow down. Why you think your daddy always telling you don't be fucking with all these niggas like that? Because he wants your ass to be married to a good man. Good men ain't gonna want no thought. They just don't. They'll take them for a night or two to fuck with, but they're not gonna pursue a relationship or a marriage even with them. Not at all. That's why it's not good for women to sleep around. Well, the men do it. True. But you gotta look at it like this. Women like men that other women like. If he's fucking all these bitches, there's got to be something good about him. Y'all find that attractive. It's not the same for men with women. It's not the same.
Especially if a woman's supposed to be the prize and everybody gets to have the prize becomes less valuable.
Exactly. So, damn. Stole my coup de grace, Honcho.
My bad.
Your fat ass memory.
But look, I'm like I've said, I might have said something because I'm trying to remember, but I might have said something a line that I expect him to lie anyway. Probably with the American Pie mathematics. You remember American Pie was divide by 3 and multiply by 3. If a man said he fucked with 9, divide by 3. If a woman says she fucked with 3, multiply by 3, so it's probably 9. So I might have said something along that line because women lie. That's just what they do. But
everybody lies. Yeah. That's not just a woman thing.
Yeah, we shitting on women this episode, man. Let me make it. No, but it is not. This was not a episode to shit on black women. I know Angela was talking about this. Is y'all just want to talk? It had nothing to do with that. It was just I'm taking a point that was been made, and like I said, I chop it with my old lady. My old lady, we have some of the realest conversations. She loved her. She argued with me as much as Trill be in here arguing with me because she don't want to let me make it. The only time I know when I like if I say something, then see I know with my old lady. This is how I've won an argument, is that we don't have an argument. So if I say something or she makes a statement, I give one reply, and if she doesn't say anything after that, I win.
She's thinking.
Because she knows that she ain't got nothing for me, so she'll just be quiet and won't reply. But whenever she got something to say, man, we finna go at it. And it's going to be a never-ending thing. And so my thing is that, but we had a conversation about this, and I think she actually I don't know if it was something I saw, but we were talking about it. It might have been from the post that Heidi had put up a couple of days ago. We were just talking about it, and she gave a lot of these same perspectives. We talked about the dark skin thing. We talked about, households, how, she mentioned that, there's a lot of bad and it's not just bad black mothers, but when we're talking about black women, there are a lot of bad black mothers, a lot of this generational shit, especially when, if Papa was a Rolling Stone, or, if it was just, man house, whatever. Some women don't know how to show their kids love, and so they going out seeking, or if mama had a bunch of men coming through the house, the daughter doing the same shit because she thinking that is what it is. She never learned certain shit, and and just the self-image becomes this, becomes that, and you start doing all this outrageous shit. I mean, we talked about a bunch of different points, and so when I sit here and we talk about these things, and I'm accused that I can't speak on stuff because I have these conversations, you know what I'm saying, and so that's kind of, that's my other half, so that's what we sit and we chop it up about stuff, so I get it from a female's perspective, and it's going to be valid, and generally with more logic than emotion. It's something, some emotional shit get thrown in there, but, for the most part, it's a logical conversation. And so, like I said, it's not about bashing black women. How can I call black women undesirable, but when that's what I prefer and that's what I desire. So I felt like I was being slandered a little bit, with those accusations being false.
Yeah, but with that being said, and here's another point. You can trust the data that comes from a dating site. And here's why. Because if somebody's searching for somebody, they searching for something that they like, they're going to be honest about what they like and don't like. What would it benefit with them falsifying what they searching for? It don't benefit them at all. So that's why you could trust those numbers. Because you're not going to search what you don't like. You're not. And when the question was posed, it was as far as all men, well, all heterosexual men, how they perceive black women.
Yes.
The problem with that is you black women have developed this stereotype that men don't like. We don't like combative women. We don't like having to argue. We don't like having to understand where these newfound feelings are coming from all of a sudden out of nowhere. Cause how y'all just flip sometimes. Like, whoa, what the fuck? Oh, and Mr. John from New York. Just one bit of advice, sir. If you don't have melanin or a badge and a gun, don't jump into black women business. I'm gonna tell you that right now. They will turn on you, bruh.
Man, what?
Don't do it. Don't do it. Cause where you fucked up is you said, well, her husband was in the room watching TV. You notice that nigga never came out and got in the middle of that shit at all. Now you know why. You don't do it because them motherfuckers will turn on your ass. I've said this before. So I hope you hear me, John. Don't do it. Let them bitches cut each other up. You ain't seen shit. So I can tell you. My name Emmett, I ain't in it.
Straight up. Yeah, that's a dangerous situation, but sometimes you gotta let certain things just see. What does it say? Let nature take its course.
Hey, that's family. Family be like that sometimes. You gotta stay out of that shit, especially if you ain't family, or they don't perceive you as family. Cause see, you was dealing with some niggas, and then the lady say, "Well, how you just keep running into these ratchet ass females? Look here, every female got a little bit of ratchet in her, just like every black man got a little nigga in him.
Yeah.
All y'all are capable.
Yes.
Not to say that you show it all the time, but you are definitely fucking capable. Sometimes it just come out like that. So again, the stereotype is based on truth. It just depends on how you choose to be. Will you relegate yourself to that shit? Oh, well, you try to rise and stay above that shit. It's all on you. Can't nobody control that but you. So if you want to set a new narrative, you're going to have to be better. You're going to have to set a better example for these younger girls coming up. Trying to teach them and tell them how not to be or how they should be. Because a lady don't act like that.
Exactly.
At all. So that's why when guys be like, you know, hey, you're pretty, why don't you smile? And then they get mad. Well, what the fuck I need to smile for? What if I'm in a bad mood? Well, look, we all have problems. But you don't just come out in public like that. Like, what the fuck? Stay your ass at home. Stay your grouchy, grumpy, mean ass at home. Like, come on, man.
And for the record, it's scientifically proven if you smile, you feel better.
I don't know how that works, but okay. I'll take your word for it.
So something about the physiology of smiling actually makes you feel. They did a study with people who suffer from depression. They gave a bunch of people some placebos, and the other ones they told them to spend 15 minutes staring in the mirror just smiling. They don't, just smile, even if you forcing it, whatever. And they said by the end of that time trial or whatever, that the people who would just smile eventually felt better because your body reacts to, I guess, your facial structure being in that position or whatever you want to call it. But like the physiology of you smiling made those people actually feel less depressed.
Well, I wonder, what if the person was missing teeth? Wouldn't they be more depressed by how their teeth look fucked up?
Man, I don't know if the science got that deep into it.
That's not deep. That's a simple question.
Man, I don't know if what is it now. We talking about factors that what is it? Damn, what's the term when you had the stable? Damn, I forgot all about my scientific method. Damn it, what's the shit when you have the fucking. What's the
control?
The control, yes, the control and the variables. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, so that's a variable that is unknown that we don't know.
What you mean?
Yeah, so because they may not have had any variables on that cause. So what I'm saying.
But what if they depressed about how they look?
Oh, they fucked up. I can't help
it. You gotta stand in the mirror doing it again for 15 minutes.
Well, they gonna fake it till they make it. I don't know, man. Look, it is. I think
that study is bogus. It sounds like some bullshit to me.
Man, look. No, I do not smile. All right, I don't smile. This is the most you get from me right here. Is this right here? I'm not a smiler. My old lady gets mad because she'll try to sneak and take pictures, but every time she thinks she catch me slipping, I catch her at the last minute and fix the face. And so she get mad because every time she send pictures somewhere, they be like, "Why this nigga don't ever smile? What's wrong with that nigga? Depressed or something? He mad? Why you ain't got no pictures of him smiling?" I do not. I don't like taking pictures in the first place, and then second, I don't be smiling. Like I said, y'all don't understand. Like when I do these thumbnails and I actually put myself, that's the most excruciating shit. Because I hate taking selfies. Like that shit bothers the fuck out of me, even though it's not a selfie.
My question is. Why the fuck do you do that shit in the first place? Why do you make them fucked up ass facial expressions?
Because
it don't have nothing to do with the topic. Like, what the fuck does you finding your face up, got your eyes squinted all closed, have to do with everything being racist? What the fuck is that?
Man,
I just think it's hilarious.
It's
hilarious.
Yeah, it's a thing though. I don't know what it is. Like I was looking reading up something that people respond more to reactionary photos on thumbnails.
Oh God!
And so I'm just like, well, fuck it. Then I got to whatever gets the people getting into it. And sometimes I think when you kind of throw those contradicting. You say one thing in the thumbnail, whatever the wording may be, and the facial response is different. People start like, "Well, what the fuck is going on? What's going on over here? Like, what's happening?"
And the hunched shoulders, like, huh?
Oh man! Yeah.
I'm like, I always just pictured you in the garage, standing in front of the green screen, Trying to take them fucked up pictures.
I hate it. Now, y'all do not understand. Now, it's a little bit more convenient now because of but I hate that because most of them is with the webcam, and sometimes I'll be trying to do it with the phone so they come out a little bit better. But man, I just be sitting here and I hate it because I try to do it. I try to think of something stupid on the first take and get it because I hate to take mobile. But I have to take like 2 or 3 of the bitches because something just awkward or I forgot something or something just looked thrown off for whatever reason. And man, or the timing is off, my eyes closed, or my hand doing that shit burns me up. Like I don't understand. That's like my pet peeve. Taking pictures is a pet peeve. I hate taking pictures. I don't know why. I don't know what it is. I just don't like it. I don't know if y'all ever seen Zoolander when he talked about in that early scene. He's like, people say that every time you take a picture, it takes a piece of your soul. Like I believe that for some reason because I look at all these people, the people who take like the most selfies. And the people who are just seem like to be the most self-centered, it's like they always take everything they do. They got to take a picture. They got to post it. They got to do all this shit. Like putting cameras on phones is probably one of the worst things that ever happened to society. And so, I don't know. It's something that bothers me.
It didn't really help. It just made shit worse. It really fucking did. Nah, just like people and what Kanye said about social media having your bitch, that was some real shit there. Ooh, wee. Yeah, he hit a grand slam with that one.
Let me see. I couldn't tell you, Heidi, the last time. All my pictures were relatively stone. I remember shit. I won class favorite. I didn't even go take the picture. I left class. They like, go take. I didn't even go. I skipped off somewhere. I was like, I ain't gonna take this bullshit ass picture. Be in the yearbook not pictured. Like fuck that shit. I don't like taking pictures. I even want to take them on picture day. Like I don't know. That shit is bothersome. Like that's why I say to me, even like to y'all, it might not be a thing. And plus, I've been doing this for so long now. It's not as big a deal. But when I first would get on camera, like that shit is just it's a whole different thing. But it is what it is.
I ain't took a professional picture in 20 years.
Older Mills.
20 years. Yeah. Exactly. So yeah.
Oh man, I used to hate that. That might have been. I'm a matter of fact. My mom sent me some old Mills photos that they in my phone. I might throw them up on a Throwback Thursday or something. They're terrible. But
I bet your ass looked like an unwrapped mummy around this motherfucker.
Man, look, I'm telling you, I had to be dressed up. She made it to throw on a little suit and all the shit. Cause I think it's a picture with me, her, and my sister that we ended up taking. She used to love them Olden Mills pictures, man. Go to Olden Mills and they would go to Glamour Shots. My sister would go to Glamour Shots and all that shit. But we take one as a family. We go to Olden Mills. I think who else did it? Was it Montgomery Ward or J.C. Penney used to have them photos too? One of them used to have some photos.
I think it was Montgomery Ward.
Yeah.
I think so.
Mm-hmm. All right. Good night, Miss Brenda. So yeah. I'm not all that posing. I would get on the little one too because my mama got that bad. As soon as the camera come out, she quick. But I hate like if I'm gonna take a picture, I want you in your natural element. Like you don't get that anymore. As soon as the camera come out, people just automatically start posing. Like you used to be able to catch kids doing normal shit. You can't do that shit no more. Now it's like they see the camera, they want to start doing this. I'm like, man, if you don't get off that pose, you don't even know why you're doing that shit. Stop the nonsense. All right, D-Love. But
yeah. Anyway, I know you had another caller to get to, so I'm gonna let you go ahead and holler at them. I'm gonna get off.
All right. Well, I appreciate you. Being paid. I know it was a minute to get to it, but shout out to Professor Trio, man, and I appreciate you taking my call, man.
I am.
Already. All right, we got one last caller. We're gonna see if they still up. Because I know that they have been also waiting patiently. And this should be extremely interesting. Okay. I just saw the text message. All right, let me check and see. I just saw the text message you sent, Miss Grace. Let me see. All right, let's see if this person is going to answer. This should be extremely interesting. You just fell asleep on us?
What?
Saying if you fell asleep on us, I know you might have tapped out on us. How are you this evening or this morning or depending on wherever you Miss Ashley?
I am tired.
You're tired. Oh, well, I apologize. I know that it was a lengthy den this evening. What was on your mind earlier? You seemed like you had something that you definitely wanted to express on some of the comments this evening.
I did, but I totally forgot.
So you've been over there. You've been over there playing with the devil's lettuce, huh? That's what that is. You done forgot and cleared your memory. The memory wiped you.
Yeah, I was gonna say that these guys are coons, and I can't remember my specific talking points, but they're fucking coons.
Why are people cool? What is going on?
Because they coon. I don't know what makes these people coon. I'm not like that, so I don't know.
So what is the definition of a coon?
Just a boot-looking nigga, just like a... Oh my god. Just a disgusting coon.
So, in talking about, whether or not black women were desirable or not this evening, we have experienced some coonery somewhere along the way.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh man, I really wish we could. Let me see if I can help. Remind you of any of your talking points. I definitely would love to hear your thoughts on. Damn, did I fucking do that? Yeah, I fucking did. Stupid ass me. What was going on? So, what are your thoughts? I mean, was it as far as anything when men addressed temperament or behavior or comparison compared to, other demographics and how they felt about black women? The statistics from, say, OK Cupid, or we went into colorism a little bit. We talked about Harriet Tubman and Bigger Long. Bigger Long, you can appreciate Bigger Long, right?
Well, what is that about?
Bigger Long, the the Harriet Tubman movie. They had they basically had like the slave master's son was like I don't know if it was supposed to be a legit love interest, but there was like supposed to be some type of romantic tension in between them. And then Bigger Long was the slave that they used to catch, or that was chasing her down. Basically, the slave hunter. They used a black guy, in your words, a coon, to hunt her down for whatever reason. So he was the protagonist. So they made an antagonist. I'm sorry. A black man was the antagonist in the Harriet Tubman movie. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, a lot of the times that was, that actually happened, but I don't know what to say. Like, is that based on a true story? Like, I don't think the white person. I don't think that's true, because she had a husband.
So if
white people insert themselves.
So if that part wasn't true, do you think that the rest of the movie was based on truth?
I haven't seen it, but I doubt if it's based on. If everything is true, they have to make it interesting, and that's what people don't want to go see it.
Okay. That's tough. Damn it. Hold on a second. Okay. So what is going on with this? Oh, nothing. Never mind. Okay. So Because I'm trying to figure out some way to maybe stimulate any thoughts or ideas that you may have had about the conversations that took place tonight. So I'm not sure what else.
Anything specific, just that.
So would you agree? Do you think that black women are the least desired demographic?
To who?
It's in comparison to everyone else.
I mean, but it's like black women don't desire Asian men. Like, that's a definite no. And white guys, no. You know, like, it's okay to these people who I don't see as desirable. Like, do I care whether or not they see me as desirable? No. Not necessarily.
Well, I mean, what if there are people who are concerned and who care about, there's some people who are, different in opinions and they like variety, and they may not be seen the same way, by
That's
others
what?
that they may be interested in. So what it was, the comparison was, it was white, Hispanic, or white, Latino, black, and Asian were the demographics they used, men and women. And so out of those categories, from in heterosexual relationship or heterosexual interest, out of all of those races, black women were seen as the least desired. They got passed on the most. Even though they were most likely to reply and respond, they got passed on the most by men, I guess, when they did their swipe comparisons or profile examining, whatever, however they gathered their statistics. But via the Facebook site and then via the OkCupid site, on both of them, that it turns out that black women were the least, the demographic that got the least amount of interest. Now, do you think that's because the people who are online dating? Do you think it's different in the real world? Do you think that, there's some type of bias in the statistics? What are your thoughts?
I think it's the group of people that are actually online dating. Like, I mean, like, the people that I know that online dating are weird as fuck, personally. And, like, most of my black friends, they don't online date anyway. Like, they do, but it's like, I don't know. It's just not that much.
335, yeah, you've been out in them streets, man. Coming in when the street light come on. It says Shannon one that doesn't desire any. Shannon likes everybody. Shannon is the equal opportunity employer. Shannon loves everybody. Okay, now, Ashley, do you think that your own personal bias has an impact on how you feel about this?
I don't have a bias on anything.
What? Are you sure about that? I could have sworn there were a couple of things that...
I have friends of all races, and I've dated people of all races.
So tell me about the last Iranian that you've dated.
I never dated an Iranian, but I dated a Middle Eastern.
Okay. How was that situation? How was the Middle Eastern situation?
It's fine.
Okay. So in your datings of different races, did any of them treat you particularly different than another? Would you say they're all the same? Or would you say that there are differences?
I don't know. I mean, I guess it's like different because he's like a foreigner, and like one of his parents were black, but he was also over here. But I don't know.
They said he was a foreigner, but one of his parents were black?
Yeah.
That doesn't count. Like
Why?
I don't know. I threw that one out the rule book. It doesn't count. You got to be like a full foreigner. You got to speak the language and have the red dot and everything.
He does speak a different language. That's his first language.
Mm, I don't know. Was he a Muslim?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How did that impact your relationship?
What do you mean?
So him being a Muslim didn't change anything? It wasn't anything different or awkward, his cultural differences?
No.
Okay. All right. Houston B, y'all ready? Appreciate you coming through. All right, Shannon, with your weird video. Shannon posts the worst stuff in the Facebook group. I don't know if she's still in here or not. If she's not, good. She don't need to hear it. If she isn't here, I don't give a shit if you heard me say it. Yeah, I said it. Oh, Shannon? Okay. Now, Shannon don't deserve a good night. She posts bad stuff. So, if you were still dating him and he tried to put you in would you wear what's the thing? There's the baby shark right there. That's what Rashida gonna make you wear to get their side man sandwich. Absolutely. This is the craziest head thing that I've ever seen. But would you wear appreciate the love 325. Would you wear the burqa? Is that what it's called? If necessary, you wouldn't wear it. All right. So would you change your religion to date someone else?
No.
Okay. So could you think that you could be together with somebody long term of a different religion, or it would only be just a dating thing?
I think you could.
Okay. This is Baby Shark. Do 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 do. Or however the song goes. So okay. Because again, like I say, I was there anything that you heard this evening that you just vehemently disagreed with, or was there anything that was said this evening that you completely agree with?
Yes. Geez, what was it? I know it was something that the first guy, I think it was true. Something he had said just like really set me off, but I can't remember what it was at all. I have to look back at it.
Look back at it. Look back at it. That's all.
I fucking love Trina.
Oh my God. This is a different conversation now. I have nothing to say after that. I have nothing to say after that. I love Trina. Okay. There's that. I don't know. Okay. Well, I don't know. I have nothing else to try to coax out of you. Do you have anything on your mind, anything that you would like to address before we wrap it up?
No, I mean, just that, I don't know, just like this is a weird topic.
Why? Why do you think that?
Why is this even a topic?
Well, because like I said, some people that I follow on social media, they were having a conversation, and it was a black woman. It was actually several black women. And they were talking about how they're the most, basically either disrespected, neglected, or overlooked. There was a particular set of words she used, and I don't want to misquote her, but it was something along those lines. Then, like I say, all by myself with no help from anyone else, I came across these statistics supposedly from these dating sites. And so I found those very interesting. And then last week I was having a conversation with my old lady, and we were just talking about some things, and this topic happened to come up. So I figured, there's a reason that this particular thing has come up multiple times. And so I just kind of wanted to talk about it and get people's opinions and, see what, see what people thought.
I guess. I mean, I just think online dating is so much different than real life.
Okay. So do you think the statistics are a bit closer in real life? Do you think people are more likely to go with who they know in real life?
Like in my life?
Yeah, in your life. What has approached you the most in your life? What race?
Like all races, but black. That's what I go for.
So when you've been approached by someone who is outside of your race, how do you generally respond to that?
What do you, like anybody else?
I don't know. I mean, some people reject, some people accept, and I'm wondering if there's an initial response. So just fucking hide it. I mean, what is your initial reaction when getting approached? How do you respond? Are you flattered? Do you have to think about it, or are you just one of those automatic yes girls?
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not any more flattered than anyone else.
Okay.
Like, I mean, no. It's only because I prefer black eyes, so it's like, okay, talking to you is fine and dandy, but I already have enough friends.
Okay. I don't know. I have nothing else to add to that.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
I wish I could remember.
yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Well, all right, Miss Ashley. Let me get ready to wind it down, but I appreciate you taking my call this evening, and it's good to hear from you as always.
All right, thanks for calling.
All right. You have a good evening.
You too.
All right, folks, we're going to get ready to wind it down. You feel me? Let's see. I'm finna be like the Bill Pulte of pistachios. Let's see. Who should get who can I give? I'm gonna give 7,001 pistachios to somebody randomly. The rumor is the black women are the most unappreciated woman on earth. And again, and like I said, if people would not just read the headline, but actually understand the context of what I said, I felt like that there are stigmas that I believe the media plays a certain role, but then I do believe that, black women are also a detriment to their own perception. And what I mean by that is by supporting these crazy shows, supporting these television programs, and supporting these actors who misrepresent you, and you continue to prop them up, give them jobs and things like that, and they stereotype you. So like I say, those, supporting the Tiffany Haddishes of the world, to me, she's terrible. What does she do? Play super ghetto, play really ratchet and dumb and goofy. And when she's getting a bunch of movie roles and she's representing you and you continue to support that, like, yeah, you may be like, oh, we just supporting one of our own. Okay, that's cool. But when you say that or when you do that, then people believe that's how the majority acts. So, again, you got to just, you got to, it's about picking and choosing. Now, me personally, I've interacted with way too many women to believe that. There are some very kind-hearted, extremely intelligent, mild-mannered, submissive, very attractive. Some natural, some not natural. Again, my preference is natural, but again, there's a variety. Black women out there, but the reason why they won't get pushed to the forefront is because that's not what's put out there. You know what I'm saying? What show used to go hard? What show I used to like that I wouldn't say was the best representation, but it was a better representation. Need more shows like, what was that show? Girlfriends. Was that the show? Who was the angry one on Girlfriends? But see, I think if I'm not mistaken, if you think about it, the two darker ones on Girlfriend was the two of the crazier ones, if I'm not mistaken. Because you had the one, I think, who was the one with the big lips on Girlfriends? And then the other one, I think, again, like I said, it's been so long since I've seen the show. Man, what's his name? What was the dude's name on that show? He was winning for a little bit, then he got with the little cop chick. But anyway, so there's that. Folks, appreciate y'all. I had a party with 10 Harley Quinns. Harley Quinn is definitely the go-to, you know. Not enough female superheroes. All the women want to be Harley Quinn. Nobody wants to be fucking Wonder Woman. Nobody wants to be fucking Batwoman. Y'all just seen that Batwoman show has been doing like terrible, like extremely bad. It seemed like a stupid premise in the first place. Super lesbian Batwoman taking over for Bruce Wayne now that he's run away. Like crazy stuff. Which one was the most? The one with the big lips was the self-hater? If I'm not mistaken, I think that was right. Like I say, it's been a long time. I can't remember how it all. I can't remember. Okay, I do recall that. I think if I'm not mistaken, now that you say that, it does seem like that. But yeah, it's very interesting conversation. Again, just to get, sometimes we got to get a little emotional. You got to get a little riled up. Y'all know I love each and every one of y'all. Ain't no disdain. But like I said, I just think that sometimes it's good to talk about certain topics and then adjust the angle in which we look at these things. But you know what? Only one sounds like a plan. I will give you the Pull Tape Pistachios. Miss Cartier, I'm glad you enjoyed. And that was oh man. See, there's a thing on here where I could record the calls, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't want to hear this call might be recorded every time like I pick up the call. It would be way easier to do that than fucking sit here and I just have to go back. I gotta get better with timestamp, and I got the fucking legal pad. I need to start using the legal pad. I think I like legal pads more than notebooks. They're so fucking convenient. But but yeah, that's my thing, man. Like, look, black women, you gotta understand the stuff that they put out there, the stigmas that they put out there, and I think that's part of the problem too. It's like people emulate what they see other people do, and so you have a lot of people who, well, this black woman, she lied, she this and she did this is what I've always seen. You don't have to be that. That's not who you are. That's not what it is. I'm voting for 335 model today. That's what gets my vote. But my thing is just like, man, you have to be you and be comfortable in your own skin. I know a lot of it is, trust me, dealing with niggas, and if depending on the environment in which you come from, as a black woman, you have to develop a self-defense mechanism. You have to, have your whatever it is, your deflectors or whatever it is to keep certain motherfuckers off you. But I think that you have to find a way to get out. Don't let that define you. Don't be, stereotypical, and find peace. I think that you just got to figure it out. William, yes, William. William should have been banging all the girlfriends. I think he hit a couple of them though. I don't think he did the quadfecta. I don't even think this time for me to go to bed. Well, I'm lying. I'm saying I'm going to bed, but I'm going to go play the Outer Worlds for about an hour, then I'm going to go to sleep. But I appreciate you all. I thank you for being here. I'd have to go full Christian. He was going in on, he was talking about some conservatives who putting the damn LGBT people in the front of the situation. I think you're saying that I think who was it? Was Turning Point that was doing that? That's putting that's went going like transgender conservatives and all that other shit, finding gay conservatives and putting them on stage. I saw Jesse Lee going in on that, and I saw somebody else going in on that. They were talking about how that is so it is what it is. Nigga bad. Hey, the Outer Worlds. Man, this shit is pretty interesting, man. I've been fucking with that shit. I'm gonna fuck with it for a little bit. I may mix it up if I don't tap out. What time is 3? Damn. But yeah. So with that being said. Oh man, I appreciate y'all. That's terrible. I appreciate y'all. Y'all be cool like y'all be cool. I thank all of y'all, man, for coming through. We'll be back at it tomorrow. But look, it ain't gonna be no extended in tomorrow because I gotta get up extra early on fucking Sunday to do that stupid ass fucking pre-London games. That's the stupidest shit ever. I might have to pre-record some shit and just make it look live. It'll air as a premiere while I sleep through the fucking London game. Wake up too late. That shit is terrible. It's fucking stupid. London is stupid. Fucking London ain't, no, man, it might be stupid, but football in London is fucking stupid. So there's that. But again, it's an honor, a privilege, a pleasure, and I guess this is only appropriate if I'm finna slide out. So let me put the right thing in. All right, y'all. I'm finna head out. I'm gone. No.